We are starting, dear friends. Good morning. I'm Alexey Milnov. I'm academic secretary of this museum and I am chairman of our today's conference. I'm happy to welcome you to the opening of our conference on the border of the Treaty of Nystad, Peter the Great's line, dedicated to the centenary of the Great Northern War's end and the making of the Treaty of Nystad. We have chosen this date because it is quite important for us. The Swedish period here lasted for 417 years, the longest one in the history of this city. That's why when it passed over to Russia and de jure and de facto was quite an important date in the history of Viborg and its land. For Viborg, the castle where we are holding this conference is quite important because this castle's white arch led to the governor's house here, where 300 years ago the Chancellor's office was located, Ivan Shuvalov, and that's why so many important events occurred here. And the border of the Nystad Treaty is still quite a unique case in the history of Russia, when everybody who is willing to can have a chance to touch the border, and certainly it is quite a unique opportunity to see the milestones here of the border, of the former border. So our purpose today is to update our data and to discuss important things. I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference. It was organized by the Committee for the Preservation of Cultural Heritage of Russia, the Petrozavodsk State University, the Russian Foundation of Fundamental Research, Dmitry Likhachov Foundation, and the Institute of Peter the Great. It is thanks to the organizers' help that today we are holding this event in the newly restored rooms of this castle. Thank you for your attention. And now I'd like to give the floor for an online address to Mr. Vladimir Tsoy, Vice Chairman of the Language Region Government, Head of the Committee for the Preservation of Cultural Heritage. Dear colleagues, good morning. Well, Alexei has just told you that this conference was organized by a number of institutions, research institutions, and we, as the government of the Leningrad region, were quite enthusiastic about supporting this international conference, being aware of the fact that it is exactly now in 2021 when we are recalling the centenary of the Treaty of Nystad, and just several days ago an assembly of the cities of Peter the Great took place here, so that today's conference is also quite important, not only for the Leningrad region, but also for Finland and Sweden as our neighboring countries. And it is true that I'm a little bit envious with you, those of you who can be present here offline, those of you who have just passed through the arch gate to the governor's house. The restoration project here is nearing completion now. It's been quite a long process. Those of you who are here don't have to be told about it, and those of you who are not able to physically attend this conference should know that for quite a few that now this castle looks quite impressive, possibly for the first time since the end of the 19th century, and I do hope that these days will be quite quite productive for all those present here, both academically and also in terms of communication. Some of you are present here, some others will be present online. You'll also have a chance to walk around the city to see various monuments here. I am quite sure that the holding of this conference is quite an important event, both in terms of the Viborg Museum and in terms of the Committee for the Preservation of Cultural Heritage. We deal with the cultural heritage, but in addition, we also take care of museums in the Leningrad Oblast. Well, dear friends, I'd like to be quite brief. I wish you every success in your work, and I do hope that we'll meet many more times attending similar events. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vladimir. And now, since it is an international conference, but unfortunately, due to the current situation, unfortunately, our foreign participants from Sweden and from Belgium will not be able to physically attend this conference, so they will be present here with us online. However, the international status of this event is now confirmed by our guests of honor, and I'd like to give the floor to the Consul General of Sweden in St. Petersburg, Mr. Jan Lundin. Dear Mr. Savinov, Mr. Nikulin, Mr. Belousov, I'm quite new here as a Consul General here in St. Petersburg, but I was quite happy to receive an invitation to attend this event in Sweden. When we speak about ties with this city, we are never too far away, and that's why I'm quite happy to welcome you here as the fifth and formal representative of Sweden to St. Petersburg. The presence of Sweden in St. Petersburg is now more than 300 years old, and it started when the Nystad treaty was made in the 5th century. The Greek historian Thucydid wrote the present is something that we should always think about the past. And Winston said that the more I look back into the past, the more I try to look into the future. For me, as a diplomat, it is quite important to be able to draw lessons from history based on the experience of our predecessors. We are trying to build our relations with other states, improving our well-being and ensuring security. Sometimes we succeed in it, sometimes we don't. But as we know, history does not know conjunctive mood, and whatever the result, we would never know what would have happened if at a critical point in time the world leaders should have opted for a different path. However, we can try new approaches today to avoid negative and adverse consequences. If we don't have the necessary knowledge, we risk repeating our mistakes. We might make new mistakes, but at least we won't repeat the old ones, and this is already quite good. And I do think it is quite important in terms terms of history. Before I arrived in St. Petersburg, I worked as a Swedish ambassador to Serbia for 5 years. In the Balkans, there is some very special sensation of history. Ancient conflicts are still alive in people's memory. Many people believe that the reason for the problems faced by the international community today when trying to settle the conflict after an outburst of violence in the 1990s is due to the defeat of Serbia from the Ottoman Empire in the Kosovo field in 1389. If you study history from one perspective only, you may have problems, and from this perspective, quite often the word truth is used. Definitely, our concepts can be quite different depending on our background, in what school we studied, what friends we have, etc. Our interpretation of the same facts can be quite different. You, as experienced historians, are certainly well aware of it, and this is exactly the value of such conferences. Ideally, they should make it possible to develop a deeper understanding of various events. In this case, the Nystad treaty, and I will be delighted to stay with you for the next 2 days, listening to various presentations and trying to expand my knowledge. I believe that the choice of the Castle of Viborg was an ideal choice. For Sweden, the Nystad Treaty was quite important. It was due to the treaty that Sweden managed to restore the country after 2 decades of trials. And in closing, I'd like to tell you about quite an important consequence of the treaty. My favorite restaurant in Stockholm is called Gulden Friden, the Golden World. It is in the old town of Stockholm. It has been opened there since 1722. That is to say, from 1722. That is to say, it is possibly the oldest restaurant that has been retained for such a long time, including its name and environment, and we can see that it really corresponds to its name. 100 years ago, this restaurant was bought by Andres Zorn, an outstanding Swedish artist. He is Russian. We could say that he was a kind of counterpart to your Ilya Repin. Every Thursday, the members of the Swedish Academy get together there to discuss in particular the Nobel Prize to be awarded this year. And it so happens that this restaurant with Swedish food is a small part of Swedish identity, and it reminds us of a golden world and the Nystad peace. And now, before I give the floor to the next guest of honor of our conference, I'd like to remind you that during the Northern War, Finland was part of the Swedish reign, and a portion of Finland therefore suffered from the hostilities at that time. That's why the Treaty of Nystad was quite important. Or in Finnish, the name was Usikauponke. Now, as you may have guessed, I'd like to give the floor to the Consul General of Finland, Mr. Ville Linnala. Dear colleagues, Dear professionals of history, first of all, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of our new Consul General, Sanna Maria Huav, who has just started her work here in St. Petersburg, is unable to attend this event today because she is now on a business trip, but she was quite happy to know that we would have a chance to attend this event. Today we are having a very important event devoted to history, and it focuses on the borderline between two great states of the past, including the war period and the succeeding years of peace. So lots of years have passed since then, and also more hostilities took place, and when new peace treaties were made, the borders were adjusted, and as you know, today we live in a world where unfortunately there are quite a few conflicts, and so we approach to peace and then we get farther away from it, and information on conflicts and peacemaking operations is passed over in different formats and scope for the generations to come. Speaking about the study of the documents, it is certainly quite important. When we speak about our diplomatic service, one of the most important missions for us is maintaining a peaceful dialogue between different countries and sides, as well as preventing conflicts, armed conflicts, and even in that case we try to take part in settling conflicts and establishing peace. It is most important for our Minister of Foreign Affairs in Finland, so we opened the Center for Mediation in October last year. We have several spheres of cooperation with our partners abroad to promote peace. This work aims at preventing conflicts, and we always have lots of materials to study in depth after that.
What and for what reason has been done? How is this work productive, and what mistakes might be corrected in future? And whether the peace that was attended is stable enough, and whether the peaceful population was defended from hostilities. And then, in case of appearance of new conflicts on the same ground, why have they reached it? And against this background, your work is of great significance. You cooperate with archives, experts, and historians of different countries, study the great number of materials which are accumulated in the course of conflicts in the world, and you present a more detailed picture on the course of events, reflecting your knowledge and the information that was recorded and preserved in other states. You find the new standpoints and compare the information found with the opinions of other specialists. You have a discussion whether there are any prerequisites for supplementing the previous views. At the same time, the history can be used as a political instrument. The history can be politicized by passing from multilateral dialogue to a simple monologue. in which the same narrow views are repeated and reiterated. In this respect, your work plays a very significant role. An example is this event, in the course of which the participants are trying to consider the historical views together with experts from different countries. These different views can also promote the formation of better understanding how what events actually took place and what historical actions affected different details and how different accidents affected daily life of the people. A deeper analysis of the previous conflicts as well as negotiations on peaceful treaty of Tursin makes it possible to get acquainted with the events and solutions of the time, their consequences. That information helps us to understand the modern world and probably even our future. The discussions that will be held in the course of this conference are very promising. Extensive theme will be discussed by considering interesting details. I wish you a successful conference and fruitful discussions, which I hope will help all of us to better understand the history of our countries. Nystad Treaty became important for Finland. It put an end to the painful war which we also found ourselves, similar to other countries. This makes us carefully treating our independence and work for the benefit of the world now and in future. Thank you for your attention. And I give the floor to Director of Vyborg Museum, Reserve Belousov Vladimir Alexandrovich. Dear friends, dear guests, participants of our conference, Alexey Vitalyevich has said that this conference is for the first time held in the castle, and it is for the first time held as an official event in this hall. Vladimir Legovich has said that we are living in the epoch of historical events. For the last time, such extensive restoration in Vyborg castle was only in the end of the 19th century, and now the building that was in ruins is revived, and this is the first conference that is in the former building of Segaus. On behalf of the host, I would like to thank the guests who have responded to our summons and have attended our conference. The Knights never take pictures before the tournament. That is a bad idea, but I would like to thank the team of organizers for professionalism and for their burden that they have carried preparing this conference, and personally Alexey Vitalyevich, that credit should be given to him. And let us now start our official part of the conference. Then the part will be more pleasant, the time for the gifts for the ceremony of awarding Vyborg with the banner of Petrovsky Peterton. I invite the head of Likhachov Foundation, Mr. Kobok, and head of municipal unit Vyborgsky district. Dear participants of the conference, before we award the banner, I would like to say a few words. While Likhachov Foundation and the Institute of Peter the Great took part in preparation of the conference, because jointly we are implementing a major program that is entitled The Route of Peter the Great. For us, this program is highly important now because the next year is announced as the year of the 350th anniversary after the birth of Peter the Great, and thus major events will be held. Please show my presentation. Is it okay? The presentation is called Kobak. How should I change the slides? Is there a clicker? The founder of the program, The Root of Peter the Great, is the writer Daniel Alexander Granin, who always respected Peter and Peter the Great. He wrote a novel, Evenings with Peter the Great. He was interested in that period of the Russian history. The program has several trends. I will briefly discuss Peter's congresses and some publication, and then Natalia Leonidova-Korsakova will make a detailed presentation on other trends of the program. In 2009, we organized the first Congress of Peter's towns. Since then, more than 10 congresses were held. We have a lot of partners. This is the State Hermitage, the Ministry of Culture of the Russian Federation, the State Museum Reserve Peterhof, the Russian National Library. I'm enumerating just a few organizations. In fact, these partners are much more numerous. Each year, on the 9th of June, in St. Petersburg, we hold the International Peters Congress. In 2017, the Peters Congresses moved beyond the scope of St. Petersburg, and for the first time it was held in Paris and Reims, and in 2019 in Berlin. So Peter's congresses have become an international action. Due to pandemic, our plans were corrected and changed. For 2020, we planned a congress in Belgium, which was postponed, and now it will be held in March 2022. The anniversary of Peter the Great. I hope that in March we'll be able to hold that Congress in Brussels. This is one of the monuments to Peter in Europe, the bust of Peter the Great in Brussels Park. Next year, on June 9, the International Peters Congress will be held in St. Petersburg. It will be open in the Hermitage. The sections will be at the State Academic Capella, and this Congress will be among the main anniversary events of the city. Session at Alexandrovsky Theatre, opening of the exhibition and the Congress, and finally the Congress in Amsterdam in October 2022 at the branch of the Hermitage in Amsterdam. That is an old building of a charitable institution where Peter the Great, which Peter the Great visited. We are planning to publish the historical and cultural guide Peter the Great in the Netherlands. By St. Petersburg Congress, we plan a series of books, Peter the Great in Europe. I'm showing the cover of the volume by Professor Michael Shipman, Peter the First in Germany. Other books will be also published. There is no possibility to discuss all of them now in detail. There is one tradition of the program, The Root of Peter the Great. At each Peter's Congress, we give the banner of the Peter's program to one of the cities. The city that was founded by Peter, an older city who remembers it, Peter the Great's period. This town or city that studies and popularizes the period, uses it in cultural tourism. And now we wanted to award with the banner of the Peters program to the Peters town, Vyborg. And I asked Dmitry Yurich Nikolov and Valentin Alexander Belousov, director of the museum, to come here. I also invite the head of the administration, municipal information of Vyborgsky district, Savinov Valery Gennadievich. During the time of the program, Peter the Great's banner was awarded to several cities and towns, not only in Russia and in Europe. There are Peter's towns in Europe that remember Peter. There are museums dedicated to Peter the Great and monuments dedicated to Peter the Great. Peter's town, Vyborg, is a worthy town in this list of towns. This banner was designed in such a way. The coat of arms of Petersburg, Peter's city, the coat of arms of Viborg, the emblem of the program, the route of Peter the Great, with sails and emblems of Peter the Great's cities and towns. Thank you. Good morning, dear friends, dear guests. Thank you very much, Alexander Valerievich, that we are on the list now. Next year, we're going to celebrate 350th anniversary of Peter the Great. This is an important event, an important international conference, not only for the scientists and historians. This is important for us, the citizens of Viborg, for tourism. I'm now sure that the tourists who will come here with our borderline countries and the tourists from St. Petersburg, Moscow and other parts of Russia will have a possibility to get acquainted with a major part of the history of the town of Viborg. So the museum will keep this banner. Dear colleagues, we are very grateful. Really, for us, this is a symbol of the history that will be kept at the museum agency, and it will be displayed at all the festivities in our city. Thank you very much. We wish success to the participants of the international conference. And we continue the opening of the conference. Now we pass on gradually to the plenary session. I invite experts from the Institute of Peter the Great, senior research work of St. Petersburg Institute of the History of the Academy of Science, Natalia Korskova, who will present the international program, The Route of Peter the Great. Dear participants, dear organizers of the conference, I welcome you on my behalf, on behalf of Inna Felixovna Swiderskaya, head of the Institute of Peter the Great, that had to make this presentation. But in April, Peter the Great's anniversary marathon started, and a lot of events are held in Russia. And Inna Felixovna is in the Urals, meeting with members of the fund, working under the program that we're going to discuss now in my presentation. International Cultural Enlightenment Program dedicated to Peter the Great was generated in St. Petersburg more than 10 years ago. It is implemented under the auspices of the Ministry of Culture of the Russian Federation, with support of the Committee on Culture of St. Petersburg, with participation of many Russian and European institutions of culture and science. In 2010, in Petersburg, the Institute of Peter the Great was founded, as has been mentioned by Alexander Valerievich Kobok. I cannot change the slides. Institute of Peter the Great, that is under the Institute of Cultural Programs as its structural part, and together with the Likhachev Foundation, they make the core of the entire Peter's program. The tasks of the program is support of the study, popularization of historical cultural heritage of Peter the epoch, as well as development of cultural tourism on Peter's theme that I am going to discuss. The scientific manager of the institute and the entire program is the well-known historian, Professor Anisimov, specializing in Peter epoch. Under the Peter's program, there are conferences, seminars, exhibitions, scientific research is conducted, and publication projects are also conducted. An internet project dedicated to the heritage of Peter the Great's epoch, history and culture of Peter's cities in Russia and Europe. The key event of the program are international Peter's congresses, in which annually more than 300 persons participate, representatives of the institutions of culture and science from many cities of Russia and Europe. An important trend of the program is creation of the vault of Peter the Great monuments to reveal in the territory of Russia and Europe the objects of cultural heritage related with the activities of Peter the Great, their study, description, and popularization and preservation. Peter's epoch left a lot of material traces, administrative and residential buildings, churches, monasteries, architectural ensembles, fortresses, canals, dams, parks, and so on. In honor of Peter the Great and in memory of the events across Russia, there are a lot of monuments, symbols, memorial plaques. There are museums created by Peter or dedicated to Peter the Great, for instance, Kunstkammer, or dedicated to Peter the Great, which keep Peter the Great's relics. All these material objects are related with the name of Peter the Great and his associates. We call them Peter's monuments. Under the project, we revealed and described more than 700 Peter's monuments according to the formula. And the key place of the description is the association of each monument with Peter's epoch. These more than 700 monuments are in the territory of 48 regions of Russia, from Archangel to Azov, from Kaliningrad to Bering Island in Kamchatka. Probably that was a bit earlier. Probably we have different presentations. Number 5, please. All the photos, I would like to show the photos of several monuments, including into at least all those that are related with the Humoval conference. These are borderline stones on the Russian-Swedish border, 1722-25. All the monuments of Karelia, they are described by Mr. Pashkov, whom you know. Then the monuments related to one of the events of Northern War, conquering of Vyborg by the Russian troops in 1710. We show just the most interesting monuments here, and the only monument that might be regarded as a monument to Nystad Treaty sculptural group piece, or the second name, Nystad Treaty by Petra Barata, ordered by Peter the Great in 1722, which so far is in its historical place together with the summer palace of Peter the Great in St. Petersburg. A lot of authors, including more than 16 researchers, compiled at least, and his description are uploaded on the internet site of the Institute of Peter the Great. They are supplemented, and Likhachov Foundation prepares for publication the
Now, speaking about the historical memory of St. Petersburg, it is alive not only here but also in Europe. In Europe, more than 500 Peter the Great's monuments located in 20 European countries have been identified. And speaking about the European monuments to St. Petersburg, there are various ones, including the inns and and hotels where he used to stay, various commemorative plaques, and many of them are important monuments of historical heritage in their countries. That's why we can say that the heritage of Peter the Great and that of his epoch is just a totality of ideas and traditions that confirmed the cultural role of Russia. And we understand that it is an important symbol of the unity between Russia and Europe. That is why it is possible to establish a unified cultural root related to the ideas of Peter the Great. The very idea of it was conceived back in 1988. The purpose was to promote the European cultural identity, at the same time displaying the diversity of various countries. The cultural root stands for a totality of various activities aimed at popularizing tourism and dedicated to a particular person or historic event. Today, more than 40 certified routes have been included in the program of covering more than 17 countries, including the Vikings Path, Hanseatic cities, wine pass, Jewish heritage roads, and many others. Russia joined the events in Europe in 2012, but up to now it has still taken part in various activities proposed by the countries. We hope that Russia, Austria, Belgium, the Netherlands, and France will be part of this route, and later on, all of these countries where Peter the Great's monuments are located could become members of the association. An international group of experts has been established, a concept of the work and the pilot version of the route has been established. We have also developed a website both in Russian and English. Besides that, the project has been presented to a number of Russian and international cultural forums. It also enjoys the support of the cultural community and the European Universe Institute of Cultural Roots. In June 2020, in April of 2021, an agreement was signed on establishing the association for developing the path of Peter the Great route. It was established by the Russian National Library Institute of Peter the Great and the foundation of Dmitry Likhachev. Since the moment when on the 9th of April this year, Alla Manilova, Deputy Minister of Culture, spoke about the start of the Peter's anniversary marathon. A series of interregional activities have been held with the participation of various regions related to Peter the Great, such as Voronezh, Kaliningrad, Rostov, and Saratov regions. In the near future, such agreements are to be signed with the Leningrad region and the Smolensk Oblast. As you can see, we have an important scientific and organizational basis for this work, but still we need to do a lot towards this goal. And today we are happy to invite you all to take part in the work of our association. Thank you. and we continue the work of our plenary session. I'd like to give the floor now to a long-awaited speaker who has taken the initiative to find some time in his work schedule. Jussi Nortola from Helsinki, Doctor of Theology, Director General of the National Archives of Finland. He'll speak on Bishop Jacob Lang and the development from theocratic absolute monarchy to the concept of sovereignty of Jan Boden as a consequence to the collapse of the Swedish great power. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Turn on your microphone, please. We are having a small technical problem. Hopefully, Mr. Nortova will be able to switch on the sound. Currently, we have been unable to listen to him. Now, after a short while, I hope you will get the sound back. The presentation will be delivered in English, so you can use the earphones to listen to the translation. Now that we are having a technical problem, we'll ask Mr. Pashkov, Doctor of History, Professor of the Petrozavodsk State University. So he will take the floor now. He will speak on Vice Admiral Cornelius Gruis and formation of the Baltic Navy. А я не знаю. The subject of my presentation was the founder of the Russian Navy, Admiral Cornelius Gruis. Since I work for a university, I always start my lectures by listing the literature available on the subject. Cornelius Cruis has always been remembered in Russia, and the very first big biography of Cruis was published back in 1825 by historian Berg, and it was called The Biography of Russian Admiral Cruis. And throughout the 19th century, lots of documents were published on his life, but no special biography was prepared. And it was only at the end of the 20th century that once again an interest was renewed in Cruis because our links with the Western European historians were established, particularly those from Norway. It is quite logical because he mostly worked in Holland, and then the materials of a workshop held in his native city. Then the memoirs of Admiral Dan were republished, and Norwegian historian Title Start published a monograph about Cruis that was translated into Russian by Yuri Bespatov, unfortunately late now. So there is some literature available today about Cruis, and his biography is certainly quite astonishing for somebody who lived in the 17th century. He was born in the southwest of Norway, in Stavanger, and his original name was Niels Olsen. From the age of 14, he started navigating the seas. Then he worked as a sailor on Dutch ships and vessels, and he worked like that for several decades. According to his memoirs, he visited India, America, most probably South America, etc. He also wrote that he served to 6 monarchs and 3 republics, and like many people in the 17th century, he was also engaging in piracy. Once he was captured, and then he spent 6 months in a French prison. So over 25 years of his life at sea, he attained a lot of experience in navigation, in steering vessels, and then in 1696 he finished his sea maritime career, and he joined the Admiralty in Amsterdam. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite a good period because a war between Holland and France had just ended, and so the situation was such that he could be dismissed. Moreover, he was also accused of certain misconduct at his work. At that time, the Russian embassy, the so-called Great Mission led by Peter the Great, was staying in Holland. It was received by the mayor of Amsterdam, and Amsterdam, who had very good relations with Cruis, recommended that Peter the Great should invite Cruis to join the Russian office, and so he was a contract was signed, and he joined the Russian Admiralty as vice admiral. And then once he arrived in Russia, they even gave him a Russian version of his original name. In Russia, we started calling him Corneliy Ivanovich. Then he led an Russian fleet to the Sea of Azov and to Kerch. It was just at the end of the Russian-Turkish War. Then he was sent to Archangel during the war against Sweden. His purpose was to get ready to defend Archangel against Swedish troops. And then in the summer of 1702, Peter the Great arrived in Archangelsk, and he sent crews to the Netherlands to recruit seamen and officers for the Russian fleet. I'm sorry, there are some misspelled words in the Russian version on the screen now. And so several hundreds of people were engaged in it, including Andrei Osterman, who was a kind of grey cardinal in Russian history. Over 15 years after Peter's death, Admiral Bering, and besides crews managed to buy a big batch of arms in Holland. It is quite interesting that at the time when he arrived in Holland he was 45 years old, so that is to say quite elderly he was at the time, and yet he went to Holland again. And it is also quite interesting that quite young people used to arrive in Russia at that time. Osterman was 18 years old, Bering was 22 years old when both of them arrived in Russia. They could see more prospects for their development here in Russia and for their career too. And in the summer of 1704, crews returned from the Netherlands to Archangelsk, and soon he was trusted with heading the creation of the Baltic Fleet. According to the documents, there is no exact date, but due to a number of indirect testimonies, we can say, based on a letter from Cruz that he wrote when in Archangelsk, that letter was sent on the 9th of August of 1709, that is to say, he was still in Archangelsk. And then in March 1707, he wrote that he was in Ingermanland for 2.5 years. That is to say, he most probably arrived there in September of 1704. When he arrived there, he was quite enthusiastic about establishing the Baltic Fleet. And the situation at that time was possibly quite well known to all those present here. In May 1707, Russia went out to the Gulf of Finland, and then in 1703 the fortress of St. Peter and St. Paul was founded, and it is now considered the official date of the foundation of St. Petersburg. But at that time the Swedish Navy dominated the sea, and even though the fortress of Kronstadt was built, it wasn't enough.
So they had to quickly create a fleet. When crews started doing it, there started conflicts with local officials. They used several shipyards, and the largest shipyard was in Olenets on the Svir River, or Ladenia shipyard. Ivan Yakovlevich Yakovlev was the head of that shipyard. And Cruz had very tense relations with Yakovlev because he demanded sending certain provisions or sold materials, and Yakovlev couldn't do it quickly due to objective reasons, or probably he didn't work properly. And Cruz wrote complaints to Yakovlev. For instance, his letter to Peter the Great, my master, it is impossible to use my bare hands against the enemy. We have to arm as the enemies of our motherland, and we have to have weapons and guns, otherwise I won't be able to work properly. Without munitions and without weapons, he couldn't do anything. And it is interesting that Chris complained to Peter the Great. He wrote letters to Yakovlev as well. Probably the most wonderful letter is to please think that it is not so joyful for me to work as compared to the Hollands and in Voronezh and in Kankas, when I had very good provisions and very good supplies. And here I have to control and to do everything myself. I break different small houses and fences to repair the ships, and many people are just sleeping in open air. I think that Cruz couldn't have such a good command of the Russian language. Probably he had good secretaries which tried to correct it so that it will sound well. And complaints of Cruz against Yakovlev to Peter the Great reached Peter the Great, and Peter the Great in his letter told Yakovlev that he doesn't provide Cruz properly. Peter wrote, Vice Admiral wrote that many things have not been corrected on the ships that are in St. Petersburg, and you have to be careful when it is not corrected, the money might be lost. So if the ships are bad, the money was spent in vain. Peter the Great also could make that good statement, but the situation was not as simple because Yakovlev was Menshikov's creature. First, they were in Pateshny troops when they were young. Menshikov was a commandant of St. Petersburg region, and Menshikov protected Yakovlev. And Menshikov addressed with a letter to the commander of Naval Department, Fyodor Golovin, where he tried to defend Yakovlev. Vice Admiral Cruz writes that he needs provision because in St. Petersburg there are not enough provisions. And Ivan Yakovlev said that it was impossible to deliver them in winter, and now it will be corrected. And I confirm it that I wrote him and about the provisions delivered in the previous year. And the main thing is to find the objective reason why I cannot do it. And then, as to the accommodation, Vice Admiral also complained. We can briefly state St. Petersburg is not Amsterdam, and it was founded later, or probably he doesn't know what is a new place that is currently being renewed and is asking about new apartments and new accommodation. And the second conflict Cruz had with the commander of the galley fleet, Botsas. Cruz was a commander of the sail fleet, and Botsas was the commander of the galley fleet. So Cruz was the general commander. Botsas was subordinate to him. The Botsas regarded himself an independent commander, and sometimes he didn't want to follow the orders of Cruz, and there was a conflict between them, and Ivan Fedosevich Botsas is a very interesting figure. He was born in Dalmatia, the territory of modern Croatia or Montenegro. He was an ethnical Greek and had the title of Count or Earl Conti. In 1702, Botsas started to serve in Russia. The Russian ambassador in Constantinople, Peter Tolstoy, invited him. He said that Botsas is Greek and he was in the Venetian fleet and he knows a lot of navigation, and during the war he worked quite well, and he was the commissioner of the entire archipelago. And Botsas wrote that I served for 17 years in Venetia. I am the commander of the ships and galley, and I am subordinate only to Senator, Capital General, and I was consul at all the islands of archipelago. He said when he served in the Venetian fleet, all the robbers all the pirates of the archipelago were subordinate to him. When he arrived in Russia, he received the rank of counter-admiral, that is lower than cruise, and he worked at Ladene Pole shipyard, where he built galleys and where he studied how to row galleys, the captains and the sailors. And in the summer of 1705, he led his 7 galleys to Kronstadt. After that, the joint service started and the conflict started. When further Golovin learned about, he wrote to Cruz. Golovin liked the Botsas, and he wrote to Cruz, I ask you to be careful as to Botsas, because that is a person of great dignity, and he is under your command. Botsas really took galleys to the Gulf of Finland and to the Lake Ladoga, but the conflict expanded, and Peter took the following position. He wrote to Cruz, on Schau Benacht, Conti, Mr. Admiral will judge him, let him serve, and then Golovin will decide whether he serves well or not. And the conflict was so extensive that Peter had to publish a special order which would suppress the conflict. In May 1706, Peter published an order which contained 3 items. First item, Cruz even ordered to arrest Botsas, and Peter said that he prohibited to arrest foreign officers, or they can be arrested only in case of treasury or treason of the state. Otherwise, will lose and frighten away all the foreign officers. The second item, Peter delimited the authority of Botsas and Cruz, so that Botsas had to be subordinate to Cruz, but Cruz shouldn't interfere with the orders of Botsas, particularly not interfere into control of galleys. That is different, depends on the galleys, because there is a difference between ships and galleys. And only orders can be given to Schau Benacht. All the orders on galley fleet should be given to Botsas, by Botsas, not the captains of galleys. And there was a reproach in that order to Cruz that he has abandoned training of the sailors. Peter required that periodically the fleet would go to the sea, and the sailors would know how to hoist and how to remove the sails. But the conflict still continued, and they couldn't blame bosses that he is not competent. Cruz complained that he was non-disciplined. Cruz complained to Fedor Apraksin. Glavin has already died last year. Mr. Borches often used the drums 1 hour before 8 o'clock and 1 hour after 8 o'clock, after he had drunk with his friends. At 4 o'clock, the gun went. At 8 o'clock, that meant that you go to bed. And bosses instead could command to stop the day work 1 hour before it and 1 hour after it. And yesterday at 3 o'clock at night, the guns went off. And this day at 2 o'clock, and at all the fleets, even in Greenland, where the sun is not set, doesn't set, and they always give that gunshot after 4 o'clock after the midnight. And bosses violated that rule, that procedure. The first biographer, Kreuzberg wrote, Vice Admiral was a person who was quite strict, and he was very strict and very demanding. All these conflicts among the officials and were just an illustration of the conditions in which the people had to act. The main thing, the main work of Cruz was preparation of the navy to defend the country when the Swedes attacked. When Cruz went to Kronschlock in February 1705, he wrote to Golovin, I have only 1,500 soldiers and 600 guns. You can shoot from them, but in the case of battle, they will not be so useful. And soon, the Baltic fleet was, so to say, baptized in battle. On the 4th of June, 1705, Swedish squadron of 22 ships arrived to Kronstadt together with Admiral Cornelius Ankerstern. It was quite powerful. There were 7 linear ships, 5 frigates, and 10 small vessels. And there were 23 Russian ships, 8 frigates, 7 galleys, and 2 branders. Line ships are large and powerful ships, 2 or 3 decked ships. The Russians had no linear ships at all at the time. Frigates, mid-size ships, and the rest are just small vessels. So, of course, the prevalence was at the side of Swedes, and Swedes for several days shot at the Russian position. Then they tried to have landing, but they were rejected, and they were put into the sea. And on the 21st of June, the Swedes retreated. After the battle, about 450 dead bodies were at the coast. 66 officers and soldiers were taken as prisoners, and 1 boat was also captured, and 8 boats with munitions and other baggage. Total losses of Swedes, according to the prisoners, were 1,000 persons. And Cruz gave a very interesting detail. The soldiers from water were taking out guns with bullets that are cut into 4 with horse hair. So there were large bullets and 4 small bullets, and the large bullet was cut into 4 parts by a cross, and the horse hair was added. I don't know why, but probably because hair could attack the victim together with that bullet. In other words, that was a complete victory. And even in the writer to Peter the Great, Cruz joked, I can tell you and confirm the Tsar that the enemy has not reached either a dog or a cat, not only a person, or taken prisoners. And we can ask and interrogate their prisoners and hear what they were thinking of. So we took a lot of prisoners, he writes. The Swedes even couldn't get a cat or a dog. Of course, he was boasting too much, because in 1 year and a half, in Cruz's letter to the secretary, Peter Makarov, there was a phrase, the enemy in the first year used bombs to attack us, and after that there were some people who ran away from the Russian Navy, from the Russian army. They were running to Sweden, probably due to the difficulties in service, and they said how the Navy is arranged, how the Navy navigates. Peter had a very high assessment of the successful reflection of Swedish attack on Nystad, and in the log of Peter the Great it was said, the information from Petersburg was received on the 14th day about a lucky battle in Kotlin Island with Swedes, and 2,000 persons were killed, and several persons were taken as prisoners with their small vessels. So the Swedish attacks continued in subsequent months, and Peter was very much concerned that the Swedes were attacking Kronstadt in answer to the letter of Peter the Great. When he was afraid of the new attack, Cruz was boasting. He was fond, so to say, of boasting, and he wrote that if the enemy wants to do something, we'll attack him. And we were attacked 8 times, and we don't think that they will come for the 9th time. So that kind of personality who wanted to show his bravery, and that's probably all that I could say, because my time is up. Grace also took care of the prestige of the Navy. The sailors should have a uniform, marine uniform, and he demanded that all the Russian marine officers would have special certificates and patent if they are prisoners. If there is a patent, they will be treated as war prisoners. He was afraid that without the patent, that might be these are only the 2 first years of the life of Cruz. He lived for a long time after that. In 1714, he was even condemned to death.
because he managed to take two ships or in shallow waters. He was exiled to Kazan, but just a year later he was allowed to return in 1721 on the occasion of the making of the Treaty of Nystad. He was given the title of full-fledged admiral, but then he fell ill, and in June of 1721 he died. I should also say that people like Cruz, those who were Peter the Great's comrades in arms, those who had a lot of dynamism and energy, quite often using the method of trials and mistakes, managed to find a solution to unsolvable tasks. And it is such people who created a Russia that has been developing for up to now. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. Probably there will be some questions. I thank you for your presentation because the subject was chosen quite on purpose. All the people that you've mentioned took part in the hostilities of 1720, and it was at that time that artillery was brought to the city walls. I have a mistake. Mrs. Natalia will correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that there is only one monument to Cruz, not in Amsterdam where he served for a long time, not in Russia or St. Petersburg, but in his native city, the city of Stavanger, where he was born, and also his burial place has been preserved in a church in Amsterdam. Thank you. I was told that possibly all the problems with getting connected to Mr. Norteva have been resolved. Now that we have some time, I just wanted to tell the people who are online with us that if they have any questions while watching our broadcast online, just send your questions to us. We'll try then to ask them of the speakers. Just a brief technical pause. Now we are just trying to get connected to Helsinki.
Hello, this is Jussi Nortala. That is fine. So unfortunately, I was not able to connect with my voice previously. Thank you for inviting us for this very interesting meeting that is part of the history of both Finland, as was part of Sweden at that time, and of course of Russia and the rising of Russia. I am going to speak about a very special case reflecting also the situation in Finland, and I will now share the screen for you, and please confirm that you can see the screen from here. Can you see the screen?
No, we can't. We can see only you.
Unfortunately, we will.
I can see the screen.
Okay.
Just a few moments and we'll be possibly able to watch your screen.
Okay. I am sharing it now from here. I was told that
we can see it now. We can see it now.
Okay, very good. Okay, good. And I will put it in the mode so that you can see the full screen. Now it should be there. So I'm going to speak about Bishop Jacob Lang, and especially looking at the development from the, at that time, theocratic absolute monarchy to the concept of popular sovereignty as a consequence of the collapse of the Swedish great power. And this is, I must say, also in Sweden, quite a special case, but it is also telling how this situation developed and the theoretical reasoning about the popular rule that was since 1719, 1720, the major way to rule Sweden happened. And it is a part of the events that happened during the time of the war. When we go to the time of Charles XII, when he was the king, the monarchy was very strong, and it was theoretically based absolute power for the king. I have a picture showing also the events, and I will show it you quite soon. But who was actually Jacob Lang? He was a very interesting person because he was originally of Hungarian origin. The family was Lutheran, and they had moved from Hungary, that was mostly Catholic at that time, to Sweden. And Jacob was born in Gävle on the Swedish side. The family moved already after 2 years to Oulu in Finland, and the boy learned to speak both Swedish and Finnish, and this was very important also for his future career. Jacob Lang studied at universities both in Uppsala and in Turku. That was the old Turku University, Academia Aboensis, in the 1660s. He was quite talented, and after the time he had spent in Sweden as a preceptorate teacher of a noble person, he was sent to study at the University of Oxford, Oriental languages, under very well-known Orientalist Edward Pocock. From England, he moved further to France, where he became secretary for the Swedish envoy Niels Liljeroth in Paris, 1678. Then he spent 1 year in Sweden again and returned to Paris to serve in the same capacity for Niels Bjelke, who became the ambassador of Sweden in the French court. After returning to Finland in the early 1680s, he was appointed pastor of Nyenskans, that was on the location of where St. Petersburg became, and he later became superintendent of Narva, that was the Ingrian area. In 1688, general superintendent in Riga. Livonia was also part of Swedish kingdom at that time. And then Bishop of Tallinn in 1701. And he stayed in this capacity until 1710, when the whole Baltic areas were lost to the Russian troops. When he went further as a refugee to Sweden, he was appointed Bishop of Linköping, where he died in 1716. And now I go further to the theories of absolute monarchy. At that time that we are talking about, at the 17th century, latter part of the 17th century, the whole Sweden was very strongly governed by the theory of absolute monarchy. Here we can see a publication of Johannes Schefferus. He was originally from France, from Strasbourg, And here is his book about the rule of the kings of Sweden. And in the picture you can see that there is the king that is reflecting at that time King Charles XI, and the divine person who is giving the crown and scepter to the king. And from the Bible, from the Proverbs, in Latin, per me reges regnant. The rulers are ruling on my behalf. So that this was a theocratic view, that the absolute power to the kings was divine. It came directly from the God. This theory was largely adopted in Sweden at this time, also by Jacob Lang. Here we can see his publication, his master's dissertation at the Uppsala University. And he's strongly supporting also the theories of Johannes Zephyrus about the theocratic view. And he discusses in this dissertation the foundation of the republic. Republic, it is not understood as republic. It is, of course, part of the Roman vocabulary, but it means, in Sweden, it means the rule of the king at that time. This was also noted by Johannes Zephyrus, which lifted also the prestige of Jacob Lang within the academic circles in Sweden. Here we can see a note to his book from the book of Zephyrus, another book of Zephyrus about Svekia Literata, the learned Sweden. And this made that Jacob Lang very quickly got the strong position in Sweden as one of the leading members of the priesthood. He was sent also to study Old Testament and Oriental languages, as I mentioned, to Oxford under Professor Edward Pocock. And after that, he served also at the Swedish legation in Paris in 1768, 1778, and later in 1680 and 1681. And this was very important time because that was the time of the absolute monarchy also in France, with the ruling king Louis XIV. And of course, this influence that he received in Paris also about the absolute monarchy and the role of the king was also influencing very much his views about the divine origin of the kingdom. And that was one of his main messages. Here we can see a very interesting publication that he made to give the oath of loyalty of the citizens of Nyenskans to King Charles XI. And that was done in February 1688 when he had been appointed also as the pastor of the Swedish Nyenskans parish. And he is also in this presentation, that is his speech that he gave when the citizens were giving their oath to the king. And he states also in the same terminology the role of the kingdom as a theocratic, as a divine institution. And that was something that was very strongly preached also to the people in Sweden, so that their common understanding was that the king had a divine position, that the men, the other citizens, should not intervene against the king. Jacob Lang made a very important career also in the service of the church. He was Doctor of Theology at the Turku University, Academia Aboensis, in 1690. And he was one of the candidates also for the seat of the bishops in Viborg as early as in 1681, when Petrus Bong was appointed. And one of the reasoning was that he was fluent both in Finnish language and in Swedish language, that were both spoken in Viborg at that time. Well, he was not appointed, but he made a career first in Nyenskans, then after that in Narva, where he had been superintendent, that means like in the bishop's role for the Ingrian area. That is still the area that was taken by the Russians after they were able to take St. Petersburg area, and the Swedes had to leave Nystad. Still in the very beginning of the Great Nordic War in November 1700, Sweden was still victorious. We had the Battle of Narva, but soon after that the situation started to change as Peter the Great, Peter the First, was able to take the initiative and conquer one by one many of those areas that had been ruled by the Swedes. Here we have the siege of Nöteborg, and that was one of the early stages in the siege of the Swedish areas. That is very well known, so that meant that Peter the Great and the Russians were able to get the road of Neva from Ladoga and further secure the areas around St. Petersburg, where the new capital started to be built. Here we have a picture of one of the captured Swedish ships at Neva. This picture shows the situation in 1703, so that at the time when the new city was being built to St. Petersburg. And this is from the same year, Nyenskans is already now being taken by the Russians. This reflects also the situation in 1704. You can see that there is already the Russian flag in the fortress, and the beginning of the building of the Kronstedt had already started. So that there we can see that the Russians were able to get the strong hold also in the base of the sea, the Gulf of Finland. Poltava was, of course, in 1709, the major defeat of the Swedish army. And after that, the King Charles XII fled to Turkey and tried to get Turkey to join the war against Russia without success, without much success. And of course, this is something that was very much also criticized in Sweden, because in the 1680s, when Turkey had been trying to take Vienna and did not succeed, there was a discussion about the right to have alliances with the Muslims, with the Islamic Sultanate, and that was very strongly criticized at the time in the whole of Europe. But that was something that the King of Sweden tried to do after the defeat in Poltava, because he was not having any other allies at that time. He didn't succeed, and very rapidly the situation started to change. Here we have a picture about the siege of Viborg, 1710. Viborg was lost and became a Russian town at that time. Very soon after that was the capitulation of Tallinn. And for Jacob Lang, it meant that he had to leave the Baltic states. He had seen all the losses that had happened, and he came to Sweden actually without practically any belongings. They had been left to Tallinn when they had to flee very quickly from the advancing Russian troops. When he settled in Sweden, quite soon after that, he was appointed already in April 1711 to Bishop of Linköping. Already before that, much of the archives of the Swedish rule were evacuated to Sweden, where they now form the Livonica collection at the Swedish National Archives. And when I have been doing my research on Jacob Lang, I have been using these materials that are in the archives of Sweden. We have also materials from that time in Riga, also in Tallinn and Tartu, where we have the Estonian archives. And I wish that we would be able to find also materials about Jacob Lang and his time in Russian archives. This is something that I have not yet done, but I will be in contact also to the Russian archives to look if there is materials. I must say that there is surprisingly, as we have been doing cooperation with the Finnish National Archives and the Russian archives, very much material that has been left to these cities by the Swedes that is now in the hold of the Russian colleagues. And I will be very interested also in these materials. This is a very well-known battle of Relax. I actually have my summer villa very close to Relax, just 3 kilometers from the battle site. And that was actually the end of the Swedish rule also in the western part of Finland. That meant that the Swedes were able to take, the Russians were able to take the whole of Finland. That was the eastern part of the Swedish kingdom under their siege. That started also to the criticism, very strong criticism in Sweden against the king. And here we have from the year 1714, when we have the Diet, the gathering of the 4 estates, and the criticism started. And this book is very interesting because Jacob Lang and some other leading persons of the Swedish church also participated in the opposition. And this book was published originally, or written originally, by Simon Isogeus, who was pastor of Santa Clara parish in Stockholm, but it was never published. And it also included a chapter about the righteousness to be allied with the Turkish. And as the king was at that time in Turkey and building up the ally, of course it was very critical. And this shows also the change in the policy in Sweden. Here we can see a poem that was written by Jacob Lang to this publication. And he's mentioning, of course, the author, even though the author had died already much earlier. And he writes about what he had seen in the Baltic states and in the area of the Gulf of Finland about the destruction. And he's writing in Swedish very critically about the situation and also about the kings who are not caring for the citizens, but on any offerings going to continue with the war. The people who participated in publishing this book were very close to the Count Arvid Horn, who was a strong opponent of the absolute monarchy. And he was the president of Royal Chancellery College. And when we look at these persons, they mostly represent the area around him. And these were the persons also who we can find from the opposition, Nystad, the convene estates, making the demands to start negotiations for peace with Russia, so that they wanted to end the war and make peace with Russia, and also to get rid of the absolute monarchy and the power of the king, who was not able to be controlled by the estates. And Arvid Horn, he was born in Finland, in Halikko, at the Vuorontaka estate, and also the other person who was a strong person at the estates, Johan Kreutz, was born in Turku. And of course, Bishop Jacob Lang, who had practically had his early life in Finland and also his career as a bishop and a leading churchman in the Baltic states, he joined this opposition under the rule of Arvid Horn. And the terminology that is used in these publications is very strong. Johan Linde, who had been the doctor, the medicus of the Swedish Navy, and has seen personally also everything that was the continuing war causing for Sweden, he wrote in very strong terms, again, the king, using the terms of the tyrant, and that the God himself will finally set them on judge because the works that they have done and not for caring for their own people. And there we can see how the situation has changed also in Sweden, and the absolute monarchy was lost, and the new estates came after the death of Charles XII, who he died in November 1718, and on the Riksdag in 1719, already very quickly, the absolute monarchy was abolition of the absolute monarchy, and the popular sovereignty and legislative power came to the four estates, and they started the negotiations with Russia that finally led to the Treaty of Nystad. So that we can see that the collapse of the Swedish army led also to the opposition of the king, towards the king, and to the rule of the four estates, and to the peace of Nystad. That was known that the king would never have accepted. So that I think that this kind of theoretical study telling about the changes in the leadership in Sweden, and also about how Sweden was able to start the negotiations and to reach the peace with Russia, are very well reflected also in the events and the life of the Bishop Jacob Lang. Thank you.
Is that all? Distinguished Jussi, thank you very much for your detailed presentation. I can tell you that for us in the Russian history, the figure of Jacob Lang is not so well known, and I hope that in your schedule you will find the time to write down the text of the paper, and we'll publish it in our collection next year. That will be the first introduction to the actual historiography that is an important figure in the Nystad Treaty that is going to be discussed by the next session. Since I have direct communication with this Director of National Archive, I would like to express recognition and gratitude from employees of the Viborg Museum and restorers that the National Archive of Finland does a lot of work on digitization of the archive materials, and the buildings that are restored in Viborg and this building use the drawings that were digitized by our Finnish colleagues. Please applaud.
Thank you so much. This has been very important for us, and I'm very happy to give in writing this text for this presentation. And as I said, I also wish that we are able to continue the very good cooperation with our Russian colleagues and look, for example, materials relating to this topic from the archives. So that this has been very good cooperation for us also. And we had an interesting also seminar in 2019 before the COVID-19 in Viborg. That was one of the things that we want to remind also us about when we have not been able to travel to Russia and to continue the cooperation on location. But thank you so much for you all, and I will end my presentation, and we will cooperate in the future also.
Probably someone has questions. If there are no questions, I would like to thank our presenter. That's all, unfortunately. Mr. Nortula, in 20 minutes, has to meet the Russian Historical Society online. We have finished a bit early, and that's good news, because we'll have a longer coffee break. I was asked to remind you that those who will leave our event now, will you please give back your headsets for simultaneous translation? Thank you very much for staying with us during the first plenary session. The conference would last for 2 years, so we start at 12:20 sharp. Thank you. session. After coffee break, we start the work of the first section, European diplomacy on the way to Nystad treaty. I will be the moderator of that section. My name is Yulia Igorevna. I'm senior researcher of Wyborg Museum and candidate of historical sciences. And the first paper, I cannot see the first speaker. I give the floor to Vadim Musaev, Doctor of History, leading research scientist, St. Petersburg Institute of History, Russian Academy of Sciences, the final stage of the Great Northern War and Western diplomacy. Vadim Ibragimович, please. I have to apologize. Unfortunately, I haven't prepared the presentation, so I will make a verbal presentation. For the last 6 or 7 years of the Northern War, starting with 1715, the conditions were there was a much more careful attitude to the events of the war in the West. That was due to the following. The war for the Spanish heritage stopped in 1712. Utrecht peace treaty was signed, and that was the end of the war. And secondly, the success of Russia in that war also attracted the attention in the West and provoked a certain concern and certain response. First, from the leading Western powers, England and France. To save some time, because the next presentation will be made by our colleague from Belgium concerning the French view, I will depart from the French policy and I will focus on the British policy in the Baltic. The British policy was characterized by duality. There were some contradictions with Sweden, because the Swedes are showing that they struggled with smuggling. Karl XII had close connections with Jacobites, adherents of the claimant to have the throne, James Stuart, and the immigrants who supported him. On the other hand, there was a mistrust for Russia, and the greater the success of Russia during the war, the less was the trust. And Russia could become the dominating force in the Baltic. According to the Britons, it might result in undermining the European balance. And the first features of Russian-British contradictions were outlined when Russia conducted the treaty with Mecklenburg, and there was a marriage contract of Mecklenburg Duke with the niece of the Tsar, Ekaterina Ivanovna, and the Russian troops were moved to Mecklenburg, and George I and his surroundings thought that that was a threat to Hanover interests. Another factor that promoted the change in the attitude of the English government was the information that Peter the Great didn't want to give Livland with Riga to Poland. And in London, there were suspicions about the association of Russian diplomacy with Jacobites, which, after signing the Utrecht World, had no support from Paris, and they were looking for new support in Europe. and within the Northern Unit that was not so strong. There were certain differences, and the English diplomacy tried to promote its final breakage so that the allies of the Tsar would leave the war and there will be a military political isolation in Russia. In 1718, there were peaceful negotiations in Åland Islands. They provoked some hazards in London because they were afraid of the Russian-Swedish negotiation at the expense of England and probably conclusion of alliance between Russia, Sweden and Spain. Though Cardinal Alberoni was in favor of alliance, who was the head of the Spanish foreign policy. And the supporters of James Stewart tried to promote reconciliation of Russia and Sweden. We know that peaceful regulation at Åland Congress was not possible when the British squadron of Counter-Admiral Norris in 1719, it was to interfere with the conclusion, the possible combination of the forces of the Russian and Swedish fleets, and Stockholm, the party of the supporters of the war, came to the power that were close to the king, Georg Genrich von Goertz, who was for reconciliation with Russia. He was arrested and assassinated. And there was a condition of war between Russia and Sweden until 1721, and then the English-Swedish approximation started because Karl XII was the last obstacle to this approximation.
That were led by young diplomat John Carter. And he kept convincing Sweden that they needed to maintain friendly relations with Denmark, Poland, and England in their war against Russia. For this purpose, they had to make concessions to Germany to pass them over Baltic provinces. So when once again in 1719 Norris's fleet arrived at the Baltic Sea, Russia was dissatisfied with it because it had reasons to believe that the English were behaving as an enemy, since at that time the English policy at the Baltic Sea was quite hostile, and they were trying to establish a strong anti-Russian alliance to make it possible for them to win the Northern War. Then in 1719 a preliminary agreement was signed between England and Sweden, and it was ratified by Sweden agreed to concede Hanover and Bremen and Sachsen to England, which had belonged to Sweden since the mid-17th century after the 30-year war. England was to assist Sweden at sea. After that, Russia's allies stopped fighting in the war. They signed a treaty with Prussia first and then with Denmark. According to the Danish-Swedish treaty, peace treaty, Denmark had to satisfy itself with what it had expected before. Then a plan was developed jointly with Carter that provided for combined hostilities of the fleet and land troops with the participation of Prussia and England. Then this plan was signed by Queen Leonor, and according to the plan, 35 or 40 line ships were to ensure the security of the Swedish coast. At that time, the army was to get ready. 50,000 of them were to start the offensive against Pskov. 24,000 servicemen were to be provided by Sweden, 20,000 by Prussia, and the remaining numbers were to be provided by Prussia, Poland, and Austria. Then, when in 1720 Norris's fleet once again arrived at the Baltic Sea, it was quite hostile against Russia. And at the end of May, the Swedish fleet started approaching Revel. However, the English were quite passive. That's why the Swedish fleet lost in that battle. It was at Granham Island, and after that, as I have already mentioned, just want to save some time, so I won't mention certain things. Then, during the last 2 years of the Northern War, in the Nordic policy of England and Sweden, Sweden was trying to destroy the Northern Union and to get more allies to an anti-Russian alliance, and in that case Russia would have had to give up most of its acquisitions. However, the Swedish fleet was defeated, and by May 1720, the policy that aimed at defeating the coalition was ruined. And then it was Prussia did not want to get involved in a war against Russia that had no prospect of triumph. And in addition to Hessen, Kassel, and Hanover, not a single other German state was ready to provide their troops in a war against Russia. And in July of 1720, the hopes to provoke a war between Russia and Turkey failed. And so Russia managed to make an eternal peace with Turkey. So for England, the war resulted quite full of expenses due to their losses during the war in the Northern Sea. And by July of 1720, there was a new turn in the English policy against Russia. Once they understood the futility of an alliance against Russia, and they also understood that there were problems with obtaining financial support from Sweden. The English started convincing Sweden that it should stop fighting against Russia. At the same time, there was a feeling of hostility against English policy growing in Sweden as a result of the reluctance of the English to join forces with Sweden. The Swedish started considering the English stand as treachery, and therefore the Swedish military and financial resources were coming to an end in the war. And that was emphasized in a statement by Chancellor Cromwell. And then the Frederick I, who took over the Swedish throne, understood that there were lots of problems that he inherited. At that time, in St. Petersburg, a very special welcome was provided to Duke Herceg. And as a result, on the 9th of August, it was suggested that the war should be stopped, and I'm trying to save your time. That's why I am omitting certain details, understanding that some of the details will be mentioned by other speakers. I just wanted to emphasize that the victory of Russia in the Northern War was not only due to the victories of Russian troops and fleet, but also to the victorious policy of Russia that managed to make the most of the differences between European countries, and if necessary, the Russian government behaved quite strongly, showing its stand. All of it contributed to a peace treaty, and therefore, thanks to the peace treaty at Nystad, Russia became one of the leading countries in Europe. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Vadim. Well, dear colleagues, if you have any questions, here you have a chance to ask them of the speaker. If I may, my question is as follows. Speaking about these relationships between Russia, England, and Sweden, what was the role of Robert Eskin, who was Peter I's court physician? Unfortunately, I couldn't tell you too much about it because I haven't done any research about this court physician. He was the supporter of Jacobites, and the English were quite afraid that since Peter's personal physician could use his influence on him, and therefore Charles XII could then occupy England and restore the Swedish dynasty there. Yeah, there are grounds for such suspicions. Thank you. Thank you very much. And speaking about French diplomacy, we will discuss it a little bit later because it's going to be another online presentation, so we'll postpone it to a later time. And I'd like to give the floor to Anna Sterlikova, candidate of historical sciences. She works at the State University of Aerospace Paris instrumentation, which her presentation is entitled Territorial Issues in the Negotiations between Russia and Sweden, right before the Congress of Ireland. At the end of my presentation, I'll try to answer some of the questions that have already been asked because I have done research in this area. Well, my presentation deals with the renewal of secret negotiations between Russia and Sweden. That is to say, the negotiations which resulted in the acquisition of new lands. Prior to the Ireland Congress, there was quite a long period of secret negotiations between 1719 and 1720, even though it was as early as in 1714 that Peter the Great was willing to end the war because Russia had already managed to get access to the Baltic Sea via Riga. And that's why Peter the Great believed that Sweden should start thinking about peace. So the very first initiatives were voiced by Russia during the Braunschweig's Congress. However, it was a tripartite task, and as the previous speaker, Mr. Vadim, has just said, it wasn't simply that Russian arms occupied Swedish territories pretty fast, but now it was necessary to stand Russia's ground in the diplomatic arena, and Russian diplomats were to quickly learn how to negotiate. And I should also say that Peter the Great in person led those processes, and he started understanding how to handle politics pretty fast. So the task was to understand the policy pursued by, above all, England, France, Holland. It was one aspect. The second aspect deals with the reluctance of the allies of Russia, such as Eric IV of Denmark. And the third aspect was the stubbornness of Charles XII, who evidently did not want to admit that Russia was winning the war. And speaking about the dates, however, secret negotiations started roughly around 1716. There are discussions about the exact time when negotiations started. A French historian Norman believed that the negotiations started already in November of 1716 in The Hague. Another important historian said that certainly there were some contacts at that time, but the Russian Tsar did not want to pursue the subject. And then Fagina, during the Soviet period, did not focus on the negotiations of 1716 because she thought that they had dealt with 1717. And the history of Russian diplomacy shows that Russian-Swedish contacts were given rise already in the summer of 1716. At that time, the supporters of Charles XII started understanding that there was no future for the war against Russia, and his courtmen understood, therefore, that it would be impossible for Sweden to get the Baltic area back. So, therefore, it was important to somehow help Sweden to still pursue its interests in the area, and that's why in 1714 a diplomat from Goldstein by the name of Hertz started acting quite efficiently in 1714. He suggested that the Baltic acquisitions should be given to Peter the Great, and that it was only necessary to fight against the allies of Peter the Great, because he understood that otherwise France, Spain, and Poland could later on join Russia. The plans that were developed by Herzen became quite popular, and Charles XII started really paying attention to them. So in 1716, Russia started planning an invasion into Sweden. So, as history showed, it would be possible for Russia to attain victory only after direct invasion into Sweden. So, therefore, 1716 was the starting point, and it would be then correct to consider the visit of Peter the Great to Vermont in the end of May of 1716. And the contact with the Swedes was mentioned by Boris Kurakin, quite a renowned historian who led Russia in its policy in Europe, including the post of Russia's envoy in The Hague. And it was in Vermont that early in summer, Peter the Great allegedly met with a Swedish envoy, but it was in the summer of the same year that Russia was to have invaded Sweden. However, under the agreement between Russia and Denmark, Denmark was to have taken part in the Russian invasion, but probably the Danish were afraid that as soon as Russian troops could find their way into
He will
Sweden,
conquer the entire Europe and Denmark, and that was the end of August, and the troops were not relocated, and Peter decided, so that history continued throughout the summer, to postpone the landing, and Norison was saying that he was going to arrest Peter on the ship. The Danish people also had suspicions, and they said that September is not so good in Baltic for having an assault landing, and it was postponed. And the abolition of the landing resulted in crisis in the Northern Union. Some of the foreign historians condemn Peter the Great, that he was not interested in that landing. And as to summer contacts with Swedes, they made him to start negotiations with the Swedes and to abandon the ally plans with Denmark. But Murray noted that that was the consequences that Peter in the autumn of 1716 that was the consequence of abolition of the landing. He said that he couldn't just negotiate with the allies, with Danish people, so he accepted separate negotiations with Sweden. So in the autumn of 1716, the first contacts took place, and it is confirmed by the correspondence of the Russian diplomats. How did they struggle for the territories gained during the Russian-Swedish negotiations? In 1716, Hertz thought that Peter is ready to give back Finland and Livland to Sweden, leaving only Livland with Revel to Russia. And the Swedish diplomat want to have a compromise to leave Revel to Russia so that Wismar fortress will be returned to Sweden. However, the plans of the Swedish party were not in agreement with those of the Russian party in 1716, because the Swedish party took used as a basis ideas proposed by the Russian party in 1714, when Russia said that they wanted to leave Viborg and Finland with Revel, and Livland with Riga and Finland would be given back to Sweden. But the plans in 1716 changed. So in 1714, Peter wanted to give Livland to his ally in Poland, August II. But the diplomats wanted to leave Livland to Russia. First, they wanted to use in the negotiations Finland as a change coin, so that the Swedish party would agree. However, by 1916, the situation changed, and Peter wanted to join in part of Karelia, Livlandia with Islandia, and Iceland with Revel to Russia. As to the Hertz plans, the Swedish party has not yet just recognized its losses in the Baltic area. In November of 1916 in Schwerin, Peter met Swedish diplomats Katlin, who met Peter in Vermont, and Kettler said that Peter was ready to give back Finland to Sweden, except Viborg, whereas the Swedish party wanted to have the entire Livland at even St. Petersburg. In the autumn of 1716, Hertz proposed to leave Estonia with Russia or Karelia without Narva or Viborg, but these plans were not realistic because the host was Russia and Peter the Great. By the end of 1716, that was a very complicated political situation for Russia, and it was obvious that the negotiations with the Swedes were more and more realistic. Moreover, in 1717, Russia had a mediator, such a mediator as France, that was due to the trip of Peter the Great in the spring, summer of 1717 in France. When he was in France, in Paris, they solved the most important diplomatic questions, and the historians, particularly foreign historians, often underestimate their significance. The main diplomatic result of the trip to France was not the Amsterdam Treaty, which the historian regard as a halfway treaty concerning the prospects of cooperation, but there was nothing serious. They say Amsterdam Treaty was significant because first, the status of Russia changed. It became a member of the European community. And secondly, Sweden is deprived of the last ally. France will not give any subsidies to Sweden, and they would like to act as a mediator. So Sweden has lost the last real ally and financial assistance, not military, but financial assistance. So the negotiations in France are important for further Russian-Swedish secret negotiation. As to Jacobites, the Englishmen were quite tense during Peter's visit to France. They suspected, and really Kurakin in his reminiscences has the information that Graf Furman visited Peter the Great in France, and probably there were some talks, and probably Peter used Jacobites not for supporting the claimant, but as an instrument of pressure on Charles XII. From 1717 to 1780, the Russian diplomacy used all the methods to just filling the road to Charles XII so that he would sign the peaceful treaty. But in reality, well, as far as I have read from different sources and publications, Peter was a pragmatic person and he was not adventurous, realizing the situation in England. And for him, not sort of friendly relations with George I, though they met, it would be preferable for him to have relations with England, despite the position of England in respect of Russia in the Baltic. In August, if they come back to secret negotiations, in August 1717, there was a meeting of Hertz with Kurakin, and the Russian party gives a passport to Swedish minister and supports him in his trip to Riga from Sweden, so that Charles XII would agree to start peaceful negotiations. They wanted to be far away from the European diplomacy, so that the Swedish and the Russian party would have negotiations one-to-one, and the Åland Islands were one of the places for having such negotiations. In foreign publications, it is presumed that Hertz in person made Peter the Great, and some separate agreements were attained. But Kurakin doesn't mention in his memoirs, in his letters, that Peter met Hertz in person. And we can really trust it, because Kurakin mentions a lot of items that were secret to the European diplomacy. Probably there was no such meeting. In the autumn of 1717, the negotiations were carried on. They had several stages. I won't detailize on them. And it should be noted that the Swedish party tried to prolong the negotiations in Europe. In Hague, that was an international center at the time. The Swedish mediators came to the Russian party with different ideas, and finally Peter told Kurakin to have negotiations only via Hertz and his representatives. And Hertz made some acts of pressure, being on the way to Sweden with the Russian passport. All of a sudden, he wrote that he was ready to come to St. Petersburg for promoting the negotiations, and so that Russia would give back a part of the Baltic areas to Sweden, and that had no effect. And at the end of December 1717, Kurakin received information from Hertz that Swedish king was ready to send his ministers to Finland, to Åland Islands, to start peaceful negotiations. So the stage of secret negotiations passed into the stage of the open Congress. Thank you very much. Irina Anatolyevna, you promised to tell. In France, there were negotiations, and representatives of the claimant had contacts with Peter via Ereskin. The scandal was in the winter of 1718. When it was disclosed in English, but the Eastern Russian party said that we have his relatives who support the Jacobites, and we have nothing to do with it. Probably they had contacts so that to reach Charles the 12th, but not to participate in that adventurous claimant. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, if you have any questions, please be sure to ask them. Thank you. Please tell me, do you know any cartographic materials that could be used during negotiations, during solving these problems, plans and maps of the territories? As to the negotiations, the stage that I considered were secret. Mainly these were oral negotiations. Only from the correspondence of the diplomats we can learn some information about this stage. Any further questions? Then thank you very much. Now we'll try to connect. And I would like to give the floor to Valery Valeryevich Dvornikov, political scientist of Liège and Brussels universities, chairman of the International Foundation Supporting Scientific and Cultural Links, named after Peter the Great, the Kingdom of Belgium. His presentation is Northern War and Nystad Treaty, a view from the French language world. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? It's very pleasant. I would like to welcome all of you. I am quite happy that you have invited me to make the presentation at this wonderful event. I really wanted to be among you in this conference room and to make my presentation, but unfortunately the situation doesn't make it possible, but I hope that I will be able to visit your wonderful city of Vyborg. The more so I know many people from those who already made their presentation. My best regards from Belgium. As to the technical problems, I have made presentation at a great number of conferences via Zoom, but I have never met such level, and I would like to thank you because here the interpreters also participate in it who work quite hard, and I had to readapt my Zoom version. To a certain extent, I congratulate you for the level of that conference. As to my presentation is entitled, as you have already heard, Northern War and Nystad Treaty, a view from the French language world. So what I am going to discuss in a couple of words, I'm not only going to speak about the historical past, but I will try to associate it with the present time as a political scientist and with different events that occur at present in the world. And I'll try to explain that thread that historically connects the past with the present day. According to the latest evidence, that was published in such important French language journals as Courrier International, Le Point, or Les Echos, as well as the English journals, the Economist and Financial Times. Sweden again introduces the obligatory military service, and they increase the military budget to 40% until 2025, which presents difficulties. There are 27 billion Swedish crowns or 2.5 billion euros to be used. That drastic increase is the first increase from 1950. And in the opinion of the Swedish Minister of Military Forces, Peter Hultqvist, the reason for that is the present-day situation in the Ukraine. So what is the connection between the situation in the Ukraine and the Swedish border? Let us come back to the history. Between Russia and Sweden, there were a lot of wars and armed conflicts, and generally they are at least 15 in number. And Northern War that we're going to discuss today is called in the French language and Eastern European culture as a Great Northern War, since this war would serve to the new strategic and geopolitical distribution of forces in the territory of the northern, central, and eastern part of Europe. According to Emmanuel Jassivier, who is a teacher of the International School of Francois I in Fontainebleau, close to Paris, where Peter the Great, which Peter the Great also visited. After the end of the Northern War in 1721, the main European leaders would not be able to take any decisions without participation of Russia. That have an active position in the chessboard of Europe. Due to that victory, Russia will become an impeccably dominating power, the main representative of the countries of Eastern Europe. It might seem strange, but in addition to purely official encyclopedic and historical sources, this conflict is also not extensively discussed in France. I managed to find several doctors' theses at Strasbourg University made by the Russian language student Maxim Rezhenkov that is called The Great Northern War, the fate of Swedish the people in Belarus and Russia, which he stresses the great contribution of the Swedish military prisoners to development in Russia. That is an academic work, or the academic work of the professor of modern history in Sorbonne, specialist on the 17th and 18th century, and the author of numerous historical books, Lucien Belli, or historian of the Nantes University, and the author of numerous essays and conferences about the relations of France and Northern Europe, as well as the study of northern policy of France by Louis XIV, that assumed the position of Sweden that conflict, Erik Sneckenburg, and the last author, which I would like to quote, Thérèse Termont, who published a wonderful book entitled 1750 in France and the World, which I am showing to you. And in this book, there are very important data on the policy of France with respect to Russia. With what is that research vacuum associated? What is the reason for that? Let us analyze it jointly. First, the policy of France in respect of Russia is a game of coalition. Despite all the hopes which Peter the Great had with France, which we visited and studied in 17th century, the result of his work will show up in the policy of his daughter Elizabeth I many years to come, which will impose the French language and culture among the Russian elite. Before that, France opposed the official approximation with Russia. That was the basis of the policy of Louis XIV, who never regarded Russia as a reliable partner. But we shouldn't forget that at the King's son in 1702, after the first victories of Russia in the Northern War, the first official representative of France was sent to Russia, Jean Casimir Baluz, secretary of the Embassy of France in Poland, with a triple mission. The first mission is to learn more about the character of the great Moscow prince, as Louis XIV called Peter the Great, and to know whether his government is stable and whether it is subject to the risk of the main uprisals or wars. How does the commercial activity of Russia is developing, and the French monarch was interested in relations with India. The King of France, similar to all his predecessors, didn't know more about that remote region in civilization.
To which extent Russia's borders are big and where its eastern borders end? The answer achieved was not unambiguous. Only several years later, a French diplomat added to his description. It finishes where the sea begins, as the country is reformed and its troops achieve 100,000 soldiers. The very first economic relations started in 1714, and it was at that time that the French envoy of the French Navy came to St. Petersburg, who had that position from 1712, and at that time Russia also sent its first secretary to Paris, and at the same time Jean Lefort and Conan Zotov took their positions. As I have already started, it is the second expedition of Peter to Europe can be called really of French biased. At that time, though, they were quite cautious in all the areas, particularly political questions, and the only area where freedom could be available was trading. And England at that time, as it was discussed by Mr. Musayev in his presentation, a very unstable union with England could make France to be quite cautious in its relations with Russia. France took a genuine interest in Russia only when Anna Ioannovna came to power, and it was after and it was her who took over. And also with Elizaveta Petrovna, the situation was not quite easy. So the idea of having a strong ideological union with Russia, between Russia and France, was not always supported by the Russian Empire, that always preferred to keep the Russian Empire on the Russian side. The second episode is the war with Spain. Just like many European countries, France, led by Louis XIV, was also quite active in the war between 1701 and 1714. And the English-Austrian coalition was their enemy in the war. So it extended from Norway to the south of Ukraine. However, for Louis XIV, the war for the Spanish heritage was quite important because a lot depended on it, and once the Hamburgs were left without heirs, were losing their power in Spain. That's why it was important for them to have their grandson in Spain to lead the Bourbon dynasty, which is still in power in Spain. It was the so-called hell's reason, the raison d'être, was used at that time, and it was purely political nature. And once again, France spoke of its ambitions to be the leading nation in Western Europe a little bit later. And in a nutshell, Louis XIV was interested in this position of the dominating powers with France and Sweden on both ends. And this is why dominant Baltis was built in the area of today's Western Germany, which made it possible for France to trade with the whole Europe. So it made it possible for it to export its iron, copper, and silver, and it was all based on very strict discipline and loyalty of its supporters. Swedish soldiers were very well prepared and trained, not only physically, but in terms of morale. It was considered a real heroic deed to die in combat. So they did not care about their lives. They just believed in their destiny, and their loyalty to the Swedish crown was also limitless. And they were very good in bayonet fights and when fighting face to face. And that was why they won many battles during the Northern War. And thanks to their techniques, they managed to defeat the enemy when they were just in an absolute minority. In one of the battles, it was 10,000 Swedes who won from 30,000 Russian soldiers. However, the Swedish Empire did have drawbacks. The number of population of the empire was 16 million only, and Sweden proper had only 1.5 million of population. And that was why Charles XII was so concerned about its extension. Quite often it really it was really like a small warrior in giant's costume. Very important import-export alliances with France made it possible for Sweden to export furs to France while getting agricultural produce from France, and it became quite important in 1765 when only the Great Britain and Russia stayed away from it. When Sweden provided its support to France, and then the signing of the Barbary Union between the two countries helped not only to improve and to strengthen their diplomatic and economic relations, but also it helped the Swedish troops that were in part financed by France. That's why under the circumstances, it would have been quite light-minded. That's why it was understood that the situation would persist for centuries to come. One of the graphic examples of the brilliant relations between Sweden and France was the reign of Hostus III, who had got a brilliant French education in France. As far as Peter the Great is concerned, the first Russian emperor was well aware of the situation. He knew that historically France was devoted to Sweden, and so he did not count on France as an ally. Russia had enough partners in other countries, while France preferred just watching it from a side to observe what was happening. Certainly, it was important to win the Northern War for Sweden, despite a large number of its participants. For France, it was still a northern war. They wouldn't call it the Great Northern War, while they had special relations with Russia due to the visit paid by Peter the Great, because the victory in the war would become an absolute rule in Central and Eastern Europe for Russia, and the winner of the war would not become a competitor for France, while it was Russia and Sweden that were competing and that had a rivalry in this area. So their relations were to be based on the so-called art of peace, that is to say, skilled entering into international treaties and to conduct a policy of spies and envoys. And it was through their diplomatic intervention that it was possible for them to foresee advantageous situations to be used in the future. Now, in closing, what were the consequences for France and Europe as a whole as far as the resolution of the long-standing conflict between Russia and Sweden? This war helped to change relations here, and according to the French philosopher, the 18th century became universal because mankind was already prepared for opening new horizons, and Russia was to become one of them, and it was to become one of the discoveries for mankind in the 18th century, and it showed itself as a real power, and the victory of Russia helped it to get to the level of a new empire, and this is what we are all witnessing now. Moreover, this element that was quite customary of the time, the relations between the Russian and the Swedish empires showed the sensitive territories for the two countries, above all, primarily for Russia, and they included the Baltic states, certainly Finland, and Ukraine, which was very active in the war on the side of the Swedish line. So what are the conclusions for us to draw from the situation? First of all, upon the completion of the Northern War, Peter the Great received the title of emperor, and Russia started being an empire and kept being an empire up to the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. And even after it, for a long time, it was called an empire. Today, even though the situation in Russia has greatly changed, many specialists abroad, including French specialists, for instance, such as Alain Landos, has said many times, the empire-like attitude is still very alive, very much alive in Russia. And the idea that the one who rules rules the Baltic rules everywhere. That is why this question is of key importance today, and that is why a lot of efforts are being made to ensure stable development of the regions and their friendly relations with all the neighbors without a single exception. Thank you very much for your attention. Are there any questions? I will be happy to answer them. Thank you very much, Mr. Valeri. But we are now behind the schedule. That's why we'd rather postpone any questions. Now we'll move over to the next presentation to be made by Alexei Vostrov, Senior Lecturer of the St. Petersburg Polytechnic University, with a presentation Ireland Way to the Treaty of Nystad. Yes, the floor is yours, Mr. Alexei Vostrov. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm happy to have an opportunity to take the floor here in Viborg. I will mention a few things that have already been mentioned, but I will just like to focus on certain things related to the Åland Islands. The title of my presentation is The Åland Way to the Treaty of Nystad, so possibly I will focus on the second half of the Northern War, because many episodes have already been described by the previous speakers, including the diplomatic negotiations on the Åland Islands. Now I will start my presentation. Thank you. So the presentation is there. Let me try how to handle the technology. So this is the map of the Åland Islands of the 18th century. This is an area between today's Sweden and Finland, and a lot of historic issues were related to it, because it was an area that was argued about. And it was important for those who wanted to dominate in the Baltic area. I'd like to remind you of what happened before the Great Northern War. Well, the title key to Sweden was given to the castle Kastelholm on the Åland Island by Bishop Hans Brask in his letter to Swedish king.
I won't enumerate everything. It is written on the screen. Land were included into Boskovlena, the territory from an autonomous province moved to the Finnish part. That also affected the history later. Now we'll switch on to the second part of the Northern War and the main issues that are related with Åland Islands. My paper will be dedicated to Nystad Treaty and how it was related with Åland Archipelago. In the spring of 1719, after the Russian fleet went to Finland coast, Helsingfors, then Oba were conquered to start preparation for moving to Åland Islands. That was a center of the great Principality of Finland in the eastern part of Swedish kingdom. So in the summer campaign of 1714, they wanted to relocate there to set up a military base for attacking the Swedish port. First, they thought that they would attack the Swedish coast, and the main purpose was Stockholm or Karlskrona, the Swedish naval base. There is a date of Gungoot battle that made it possible to approach Åland Islands. I won't detailize on it because that is auxiliary material for my main presentation. Thus, after Gangut battle, the road was open to Aland archipelago, and on August 3 or 11, Nystad, the Russian rowing fleet reached Abo and then the Aland archipelago, and they looked for the possibilities of attacking the Swedish coast. At the end of August, the Russian fleet moved away from their islands, and at the end of October, a unit was sent to Aland to frighten away the Swedes so that they would know that the Russian military units are there. So that's what Peter the Great wrote to Petersburg. On the 8th day of the month, we entered the Swedish land in Åland Island. People went away to the forest. However, we took some prisoners with their provisions and cattle. So the first expedition to Åland Island concerned only a part of archipelago. Most of the residents ran away. Some of them were taken as prisoners. And in 1715, during the summer campaign, the entire archipelago was occupied by the Russians. So everything that remained there was used in order to find the provisions for the army. Then in Ekere Island, that is the westernmost part of Åland archipelago, the Russian commanders discussed the possibility of passing through the Åland Sea that connects Sweden and Åland Islands. But without support of the fleet, that was not possible. It has already been mentioned by the previous speakers that there were negotiations about landing to the Swedish coast together with the Danish king, and there was no support of the fleet, and there was no landing on the Swedish coast. There were some short campaigns, but they were not successful because the Swedish fleet dominated in the Baltic. Then it was floating along the coast. In the campaign of 1717, in summer, the galley fleet didn't cross the Åland Sea because there was no direct indication of Peter the Great. So they looked for the possibilities, but no actions were taken. We remember, as has already been mentioned, that the main purpose is to transfer military actions on the Swedish territory to speed up the conclusion of the peace treaty. Now we're approaching the Åland Peace Congress of 1718-1719, but first I will quote one of the letters of Peter the Great in order to enter Sweden and then force the enemy to peace. We omit some items related to negotiations of 1717, 1718. We are going to focus on Åland Peace Congress. In the slide you can see the main bullet points. I'd like to remind you that the official negotiations were controlled from Russia by Andrei Ivanovich Osterman, General Bruce Yegushinsky. Swedish delegation was represented by Forgentz and Count Schulenberg. The success of negotiations was interfered by many things because the Swedish king didn't want to give away the southern coast of the Baltic Sea. The efforts of Denmark, UK and Holland on undermining the negotiations, the interests of Hortgers, and Sweden thanked the Great Britain that sent the fleet of Admiral Norris to the Baltic Sea, and there was mutual activity, diplomatic activity of the England, as has already been mentioned, so I skip it as well. internal complications. Alexei Mikhailovich also used Western diplomacy to so that the Congress would not succeed, and the reasons have already been mentioned. Peter said that the Swedes tried to drag the time, and only by the end of August they came to some military agreements. In fact, the negotiations were in an interesting situation, and even a small town was built on Norde Island in Levy village. Now there is a small monument related to negotiations. Unfortunately, I'm not showing that photo, which I took during my trip to Åland Islands, because I was studying that question, Åland archipelago, and I have published a monograph on it. That is a small island, and then a whole town was built. The southern part was Swedish, about 100 by 50 meters, and 100 by 100 meters was the northern Russian part. There was a Swedish church, a small Swedish church, and the Russian Orthodox church. There were large rooms, a negotiation room, and they collected everything across the archipelago because there were no local residents in the islands. They needed firewood, they needed something to build the buildings and the provisions. For Russian part, they were brought from Finland and from St. Petersburg, and for the Swedish part, the provisions were delivered from Sweden. When the Russian fleet blocked the Baltic Sea, the ships with provisions for the Swedish delegation were allowed, and von Gertz, who left for consultations to Kar, was also allowed to move to the Swedish side. It is interesting, when von Gertz went away, the delegation was headed by his deputy Nuremberg, and he communicated with the Russian side. They went fishing together, they ate together. After the delegation left it, the negotiation first. One delegation, Swedish delegation, left, then later everything was eaten, and the second delegation left. So that was a small world that was separated from reality. The negotiations were held. I won't detailize on it. I would like to stress that in the left lower corner there is a logo of Peter the Great. It can still be found. It is one on the stones near Åland Island lecture. You can see the inscription 1719. It appeared between July 5 and 11, because Peter arrived on the 5th of July, and on 11th the Russian fleet went to Stockholm Skerries. So that is a memorial sign related with Peter in Europe. In 1719, before the end of Åland Peace Congress, Peter, understanding that so far that question would not be solved due to certain political collisions, he decided to intensify military pressure on Sweden, and he wrote in one of his letters, according to all the documents in Sweden, they have some shortened and confusion. That's why they are ready to have peace, but we hope with God's help the peace treaty will be concluded. So his ideas are related with the end of the Great Northern War. Thus, in 1719, during the spring and summer campaign, at the beginning of July, the ships and galley fleet were sent to the island Lemond, and there was a direct fairway to Stockholm Skerries, and there was an assault landing, and they destroyed 135 villages, and some of them went to 10 kilometers away from Stockholm. That was a psychological attack, of course, and that's why it was planned that Åland Islands would be the basis of pressure on Sweden, the key to Sweden, and the key to a future Nystad peace treaty. As to the Åland Islands, we should mention Guingamp battle. It has certain battle at Flis. Älvsund, Flis is an island where the battle took place. Lisund is a strait, and practically it was on the same day as Gungut battle. Of course, that was a minor combat from the military viewpoint. So there were only 4 Swedish ships and 8 Russian galleys who attracted the ships to the bay, and 2 of them the Swedes lost 4 ships, 2 of them grounded, and the results of that battle are so far contested. Russian historians say that that was a victory, and Peter the Great used that idea and that battle to analyze the success of the Russian fleet on the Baltic Sea. As to the Swedes, they said that the victory in general was that of Swedes, and they also gave a lot of figures of those who died in battle from the Russian side. And generally, Greenland battle showed that Russia was dominating already, and the Great Northern War will be completed, logically. It's important that almost immediately after the battle, the ambassador Rumyantsev came to Stockholm. He left before the beginning of Guingamp battle, but the information of the battle was received in Stockholm after he arrived. He went to congratulate Frederick I, who became king in March, and he had received an order on starting a peaceful negotiation. Åland Peace Congress has already been completed, and so it was necessary to start new negotiations. I haven't shown the map of Guingamp battle and the engraving that shows this battle. It is interesting as to the last point in my presentation. In fact, the choice of Nystad and Usikaupunki in Finnish was due to the fact that Swedes didn't want to have negotiations in islands because there were some problems with Vardö Island as to Åland Peace Congress and Guingamp battle. Thus, they selected a coastal town. And just a few words about Åland Islands and their role on the way to Nystad Treaty. Archipelago was the starting point for attacks, primarily psychological, on the Swedish coast. They were an important strategic point for military pressure on Sweden, and it was more pronounced later when the Åland question arose, when there were later attempts of fortifying the archipelago Morsund fortress and a part of the fortress of Peter the Great during the First War. That was the part of Åland Way, but this is a different world, a different wars. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. There is 1 minute for question, but only 1 minute. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank all the speakers for very interesting presentations. I think that the first section was interesting to all the listeners. Now we are going to have a break, and I give the floor to Alexei.
Dear friends, let's resume our conference. Now our next panel deals with the border demarcation between Russia and Sweden in 1722, and as you understand quite well, it is directly related to the subject matter of our conference, to the material heritage that I mentioned at the very beginning. And the very first speaker will be Kimmo Katayala, philosophy doctor, Department of Geographical and Historical Studies, University of Eastern Finland. He will speak on the modern idea of a border taking form, demarcation of the border between Russia and Sweden, according to the results of the peace treaty of 1721.
Hello everyone, can you hear me? I see. Possibly you can see me now. First, I want to thank for the invitation for this event. It is very nice to have a presentation in this conference. It would have been even more pleasant if it were possible to be with you there in the Viborg Castle. The presentation is about what kind of novelty the border defined after the Nystad Treaty in 1721, what kind of novelty it was if when the border was defined there, if we compare it to the previous borders. And therefore we should look at the former border demarcations we had between Sweden and Russia. I would prefer if I may share my slideshow with you instead of sharing it from there, because I have taken one slide away from the. Is it okay? I take it from here. Can you tell me if you see it now?
No, we can't.
You can't see it. It should be shared.
I can see it. I can see.
Well, maybe then we go with the slideshow you have there. Okay, that's okay. We just skipped one slide. Please share it from there as you did before. Can you do it?
We can see your presentation. You may just reload it once again, and then possibly we'll be able to see it.
Aha. Can you see it now? No.
Yes.
Jenny can see it. Now you see it. Okay.
We can.
And the slide changed. Okay, now it works. Okay, I try to be short because we have lost about 5 minutes with this techniques. Okay. Of course, the first known treaty between Sweden and Russia, or Principality of Novgorod, is the peace treaty made in Göteborg or Oresak in 1322. The Prince of Novgorod donated 3 pogosts. It is some kind of parishes, administrative unit, 3 pogosts, Jääski, Äyrapää and Savonia, to the Swedish king. In practice, the Swedes actually had ruled over these disputed territories for years already. One mark of this rule over most Karelian isthmus was the Viborg Castle built of stone by the Swedes in 1293 already. In principle, the border, if it was marked in the terrain, which is very much doubted, was following the demarcations of these administrative units, pogosts. Although the outer limits of these territorial units must have been very vague in the sparsely settled forests. The treaty itself was followed by a list of names of border places. Where the settlement was dense and when the border followed rivers, it was linear demarcation. When crossing lakes, more or in uninhabited forests, its linear nature is most questionable. During next 2 centuries, the Finnish settlement and Swedish taxation reached over these border markers defined in the Nöteborg Treaty. Both realms, Sweden and Russia, had been developed to the territorial states which had bookkeeping over their tax-paying subjects and were aware of their territorial limits. This situation caused many quarrels and disturbances over the forests, meadows, and fishing waters at the local level between Russian and Swedish subjects. Now these territorial disputes were brought to the state level. They became disputes between the rulers. Even wars were fought over these lands, but no solution was reached before the Treaty of Tysina in 1595. And here we have this Treaty of Oresak, this interpretation, the very traditional one with the linear border and some new ideas about the border. But the idea is that the border here in south was something very quite defined, and it followed the borders or boundaries of these pogosts. In the Treaty of Tysina, it was agreed that the border between Sweden and Russia would follow the western limit of Karela Ujest, called by the Swedes as Kexholm province. Now it became the task for the Swedes and Russian commissions to define the border between Swedish Savonia and Russian Kexholm provinces to the terrain. According to the Swedish commissioners, the vegetation was now cut down from the borderline so that it was possible to see from a border marker to the next one. This border was absolutely a linear one, and although it in many places was defined by the descriptions given by the locals, in practice it was the border between taxpayers to Sweden in Savonia and inhabitants of Karela Ujest who paid taxes to the Russian Boyars Valam or Konevsky monasteries or Tsar in Moscow. The border created in the Treaty of Tysina was a short-lived one. During the Russian period of Smuta in the years 1598-1613, Sweden had been promised the Karela Ujest in return for military aid for Tsar Vasily IV Suisky. When the situation became complicated and the promise was not kept, the Swedes conquered the Karela Ujest in 1610. In the Treaty of Stolbovo in 1617, Russia ceded the provinces of Kexholm and Ingria to Sweden. The boundary was determined regarding the comparatively densely populated Ingrian territory area quickly and without major disputes. However, the question of which exact areas had belonged to the Karela Ujest ceded to Sweden was not as easy as in Ingria to answer. In the most densely populated area, here nearby Ladoga Lake, the boundaries between villages and administrative units, pogosts, were already marked. There, the work of the commissioners was easy. The sparsely populated north, however, the boundaries were vague and rarely set. Commissioners commissioned by Russia and Sweden determined the border in the area relying on old Russian tax registers and interviews with the peasants living there. Very often these sources gave conflicting indications of the possible border. Finally, the border between Russia and Sweden in Karelia was completed in 1621, and in the north, in Lapland, the border was never fully established. But as we can see from this map from 1650s, the border was very linear and very, very exactly marked to the terrain. Here. The border of the Stolbovo Treaty was exactly marked to the terrain and exposed in the vegetation by clearing. The more precise definition of the border in the past reflects not only the development of measurement technology, but also a new and more penile attitude of the states to the border. The border of Stolbovo Treaty was an old administrative boundary, although in the sparsely settled northern forests, the commissioners practically created the border according to the taxing relationships and stories of old local peasants. Then we come to the Treaty of 1721. The peace treaty and claims over the new border followed in 1721, followed the views of the victorious party Russia. Sweden lost Ingria, Estonia, Livonia, and southern half of the Kexholm province and the part of Karelian Isthmus around the city of Viborg. The border between Finland and Russia, as laid down in the 1721 peace treaty, was very different of its principles from previous border definitions. It reflected a new understanding of state borders. The boundaries laid down in Göteborg, Tjusinä, and Stolbovo considered and followed local uses and rights for lands and waters, and the boundaries of administrative units such as parishes and provinces. The principles of border definition agreed in Nystad in 1721 were only slightly based on this old practice. Many parts of this new border cut through the area without paying the slightest attention in the local conditions, administrative units like parishes, villages, and their common landed ownings, peasant estates, or terrain forms. The border of the peace treaty was to begin in Virolahti parish here in south and run inland along the coast of the Gulf of Finland to the east to a certain village about 5 kilometers from the coast. This part of the border inspection was carried out in the terrain in such a way that a 5-kilometer long route was measured inland from the coast at certain intervals. A fire was lit at the place thus found, and on the basis of the smoke rising from the fire, an open slot about 5 to 9 meters wide was cleared in the vegetation between these places. This new boundary following the turns in the coastline did not take into account, for example, local ownership, but arbitrarily cut through villages and fields. From the coast, the border shifted in straight lines here further to inland until it reached the border established in 1595 in Tjusinä Treaty. From there, the border followed the old 1595 borderline about 80 kilometers to the north. Thus, this latter part of the border takes into account previous administrative borders and terrain. This part of the border to here. In the Kesälahti parish, however, the new and old border fell apart. According to the treaty, a direct borderline to the northeast was to be drawn from here to the 1617 border established in the Peace of Stolbovo. For practical reasons, it was agreed that the Swedish Border Commission should draw this 160-kilometer long borderline from its southern starting point in Kesälahti, while the Russian Border Commission should open and mark the border starting from its northern starting point in Salmi parish. The intention was that the two commissions setting out the boundaries should meet in the middle of this drawn straight line, but things turned out differently. Obviously, to achieve as much land as possible for the territory, the Swedish Commission set the border too far to the right, while the Russians made the same mistake to the opposite direction. Halfway through, it was discovered that the endpoints of the borders, which should have met exactly, were miles apart. However, since a great deal of effort had already been made with the marking and opening the boundary lines, it was decided to connect the separated boundary lines direct together and thus accept the already marked border as a state border. Here. This way, the border, which according to the peace of 1721 was to run straight, got a strange bulge because of the border drawing work. Such a straight borderline could, of course, have nothing to do with terrain forms or the administrative boundaries, rights of use or ownership in the area. In this respect, the border of the 1721 treaty was radically different from the former borders between the Finnish territory and Russia. As a border that was not determined by landforms, rights of use, administrative boundaries or private land ownership, the border of 1721 resembled borders made after the wars and territorial conflicts of modern era. The new border caused a lot of chaos among the local population through the arbitrary segregation of property boundaries and communities. But then the modern-like border had arrived at the north. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, dear Kimmo. Thank you very much for your detailed and quite informative academic style presentation, which has been very interesting. Are there any questions for Kimmo? Well, if there are no questions, I'd like to make a remark. I'd like to use this opportunity to send my best regards to the University of Joensuu. We have been maintaining academic ties with your university for a long time here, and we are really quite impressed at the fact that today you have agreed to deliver your presentation, and we do hope to see you here physically in this very room soon.
It would be very nice to be there. Thank you.
And according to our agenda, the next presentation is the presentation of Kirill Smilov, scientific researcher of the Institute of Archaeology of St. Petersburg University, Russian-Swedish border of 1721-1722, border size, history and modernity. Dear colleagues, they'll start the presentation now. Good afternoon. I can tell you that our papers will be somewhat similar, though I would like to dwell on a slightly different theme, because the main idea of my presentation is that it's necessary to analyze how the system of marking the borders is changing throughout several centuries. And because in this region we know several peace treaties. They have been recently mentioned. Archives of 1236, Tilbova of 1617, Nystad of 1721. All of them resulted in remarking the borders and peace agreements and changing the borders. Probably there was a slight change in the borders in the 40s, 1740s, after the War of Heads, and tradition of marking the boundaries survives till the beginning of the 20th century. Though it formed at the beginning of the new time, and we're going to discuss it. First, what are the written documents exist concerning these borders? In all the cases, these are the texts of treaties and agreements. They are not always preserved in two wordings. Some of the treaties and agreements are preserved in the Russian and Swedish wording. Then, probably the most important documents are protocols of border commissions. They exist for three main treaties: for Tezvin, for Stelbov, and for Nystad. Why are they important? Because these are direct description of the borders on the terrain. They differ in their form, but the protocols of border commissions are the results of activities of the people who work directly on the terrain, who were marking and engaged in geodetic work along the line of the border, and they compiled certain descriptions. Partly, these documents are not precise, and you'll see it later, comparing the description with the objects that are preserved, but nevertheless they give a notion about how the border looked. Then there is a great number of cartographic materials, both simultaneous with conclusion of the agreements and the period of functioning of the borders. I won't show all the maps, but some of the maps should be shown. This is, for instance, an annex to the agreement, an agreement. The Swedes made a schematic plan showing all the points of borders in Karelian Isthmus. One of the most wonderful sources on this matter is the map associated with the War of 1656. That is the map due to which the Russian attacked in German land, the nodes in the borderline. Such maps are available for several regions, and thus in these maps you can see the borderlines. That is a map of 1655-56, and it is written that this is a border, and here you can see the borders in the main map of Ingermanland by Anderson, and to correlate the images in the maps with real monuments, I'm not sure that you can see it well. This is one of the stones of the boundary of the border of 1695, and it is shown in the map. The illustration is a map is more serious and more informative than what is preserved in reality. A similar story, the most famous borderline stone of 1618, Varchev stone, at the coast of Lake Ladoga in the map of 1654 in two Swedish maps. Its present appearance in the winter of 2018, and in Azirkovsky drawing at the end of the 18th century. That's how it looks. It should be said that there are a lot of archaeological monuments that are related with the borderline, what that can be called the frontier or border archaeology. These are different settlements close to the borderline and borderline roads. As an illustration, I will show such monuments. These are the remains of fortification near Korpov village and Stepel, well known from the war preceding Tezen, peace and the war of 1656. The fortification at Narova River. To the left, you can see the well-known monument which exists so far, Syrinets Castle, and on the opposite Russian coast, some wooden fortification. It is also shown in the Swedish plan, and it can be easily read from locality. Now there is a church of the 19th century, but it is also seen in space images, and the slopes are cut. But that is a borderline zone, and it is not allowed to take pictures at the Russian party, so my apologies. I took that image from the Estonian side. Lavoi prison, one of the famous borderline sites, Lava Fort. Its image was made by the member of the embassy, Andrew Malar. That object was studied by Adrian Silin, and the fortification, in all probability, that is the medieval town site, and in the 18th century that was a border cross checkpoint. In the 18th century they also form fortifications related with the boundaries after the so-called War of Habs, because the documents from the middle or end of 1740s show that some fortifications were built. There are 4 forts. 2 are known rather well. One is Kiviniemi Fort. The other was localized lately, and one has not yet been found. The roads in borderline areas, in some cases, also have been studied. As an example, I show the area of Ivangorod Road in the area of the border of 1617. It was studied 3 years ago in 2018, and it demonstrates wonderfully borderline movement for the 17th century. At least we can say that horses were losing their hooves quite frequently there. So how the marking of the border lines was made? First, as it is described by the boundary protocols, for all 3 cases, there are clear descriptions. First, that is a forest cut on the side, and local population was actively attracted because these were global work on cutting wood along, cutting forest along the borderline. Besides, the documents say that marking was created. These are heaps of stone, pits with coals and heaps of stone in the territory of Karelia. They can be preserved archaeologically, but unfortunately they haven't been recorded in this form. Coal pits and heaps of stone are characteristic monuments of industrial burial culture for the entire Northwest. So if we want to distinguish a coal pit made for local smith production from a pit at the borderline, it would be impossible. Besides, borderline signs were made on different solid articles. The documents show that they were made on trees, and they were so cut, so to say, cut. The there were vertical lines on the stems. At the beginning of the 20th century, Georgi Pedozzi recorded old pines with traces of cutting along the borderline of 1617 in Orange River, but so far these monuments have not been preserved. So the only archaeologically preserved type of monuments is border signs or border stones. Some words about terminology, because it is not always correct to use the term border stones, because they are might be separate stones or rock exposures. So probably we should use the term border signs. We should also mention the tradition in Eastern Europe of signs or stones that mark the border. We can say that there is a certain tradition even for medieval time, but in all probability that is not the tradition of interstate borderline drawing. So what kind of monuments are these? Some researchers believe that Borisova stones in modern Belarus are such signs. There are some stones assigned to monastery borders in medieval times. But the problem is that, for instance, we cannot surely state that the border of 1323 was marked in this way. Moreover, probably it was not marked. That is an interstate border when, as has been mentioned by the previous speaker, that is not a border in a modern interpretation, but the border between the administrative units and private individuals that pay taxes to both sides. By the new time, modern borders of modern type form, and the border of 1595 is marked by border stones or border signs. I will show some of them. So what is interesting here? You have already seen the early monastery signs. They are commonly marked by the cross. And here there are a lot of similar signs, and probably they were made only by the Russian side. Those signs appear with the images of the Swedish crown, Teoleka, then the border of 1617. It is more interesting. In all probability, there is a certain system that is being formed. Marking is based on the symbols of the Swedish side and the Russian side. Quite often they add the so-called belt, a small symbolic line that symbolizes the border. It is interesting that the borderline protocols commonly say that 3 crowns are applied. In reality, we can see 3 crowns only in cases when that sign is in the area of the well-known large roads. When these signs are somewhere far away, only 1 crown is used. I'm mainly speaking about the Russian tradition. There is only one example when the sign was put only on the initiative of the Swedish side in 1617. Such a sign is put in Karelia. It is not a part of the system described by the border protocols, but nevertheless it is well known and described. So that is the border of 1721. Much has been said about it, but probably there is a final system of border signs that is formed. It is important that first, to the image of cross and crown from the Swedish side, The logo of the reigning monarch is added. As to the Russian side, it adds the word border and the date of marking. There is another interesting issue related with the westernmost part of the border that has already been mentioned today, because there is a slight remarking, because the Swedish side first applies only its borderline signs, then as a result of first advance of the boundary, signs with the Russian and Swedish marking appear, and we see that they are not marked by 1722 but by 1723.
Another interesting point deals with the images themselves, because there's a mystery here, unfortunately impossible to guess yet. We know quite well what the 3 Swedish crowns are like. Each one of them is well described in literature, and actually they constitute the existing national coat of arms of Sweden. The key type of crowns which is used in various images possibly imitates the crowns from the coat of arms of Sweden. In addition, this type of crowns has been existing throughout all the 3 demarcations. In addition, in 1721, a series of other images of crowns was conceived. The second type of crowns is that of Eric of Pomerania, and the later types of crowns can be possibly related to them only to a small extent. So it's quite difficult to say whether it is true or not. And some of these images, some of these shapes that we can find on the stones, some of these crowns may date back to 1595. However, the very last point is that, according to the tradition, this tradition has lasted up to the 20th century. For the last time we could see them for the Tartu Peace Treaty of 1920, when stones with earlier border signs were partly used, and we can see that the new markings they have are shown here, as well as border signs, but with new symbols, that of Finland and the Soviet Union. Thank you for your attention. Any questions for the speaker? If none, then possibly I would ask a question. You don't have to look for any slide to save our time. What do you think if the iconographic image of a crown is not related directly to what is kept in Stockholm, but rather to the documents and posters that were made by medieval artists who had never seen a lion in their life, but had to somehow depict them? Well, it's quite possible, it's quite likely, but we don't have much time to discuss it now. Possibly it is due to the fact that Just for the convenience, we could say it was due to the specifications issued to the maker and possibly to the process used for manufacturing them, the quality and technique used to make these signs was quite variable. For crosses, they simply used cracks in stones, and as far as the crowns are concerned, for the 1595 borders, they were quite well done, then not so well done. I showed it to arts scientists, and they said that most possibly it is people who had something to do with telling churches, and possibly it was due just to the skills of the carvers who made them. Fortunately, we don't have any proof of the people who did it. Thank you very much. And now, before we announce the next speaker, I wanted to inform you that we have invited our Finnish colleagues who deal with the search for border signs, or as we used to call them, border stones, as our Finnish colleagues might have said. Unfortunately, none of our Finnish colleagues has responded. That's why we have a practical specialist who has been doing this job. I'd like to recommend to you Viktor Malushin, who is the forest inspector in the Northwest Forestry Complex. Good afternoon to those whom I haven't greeted in person yet. Thank you for the opportunity to take the floor. I come from a small group of amateurs from Viborg who have taken interest in the subject of border signs and border stones, even more so that here on the Karelian Isthmus, there are so many adjacent Russian and Swedish border lines. I'd like to start by a kind of emphatic statement. Before the Viborg region has an official status of a monument of cultural and historic value, we still have such monuments here, even though they haven't got any official status. This is quite interesting. Just at least once in a lifetime, you should have a chance to approach a border sign, a border stone, to touch it, because they have a very special aura to them. All of them were made in a very creative way. You would never see anything that copies the shape of an adjacent one, even though the distance separating them is 800 meters or so. They are a kind of retro portals that can be used by today's generations to get linked to the previous generations who have been living in this land for many centuries. However, what remains ever present is people's human interest in the cultural and ethnic traditions of the peoples who lived before us and who lived by our side now. That's why our love for our native land is closely linked to our feeling of responsibility for what we love. The Vyborg region, just like the rest of the Karelian Isthmus, has a very rich history with lots of mysteries and interesting facts that really make people who take interest in research do enough work. There are lots of gems of history and nature scattered around the area. There are things from megalithic and Neolithic eras. There are lots of structures dating back to different centuries, and only a small portion of this wealth has got a formal status today to make it possible for us to protect them. So we would call on all the decision makers to take part in a campaign to protect the historic and natural heritage of the Karelian Isthmus. There are not only enthusiasts who are willing to do the job, but there are also people who can act as coordinators, who can provide professional photos. And the main point is that they should be truly keen on it. And now more about the border stones. This is just a fragment of a very well-known map which is 300 years old now. It was annexed to the peace treaty of 2021, and it is something that would be most appropriate for Vyborg residents to research. I have shown here all the signs, all the border signs starting from the Finnish border, all these markings here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of them are the markings that were identified as belonging to the Nystad Treaty of 2021 up to the border that dates back to 1595, and 3 signs are just at the, so to say, joint border. And the same markings are shown in a modern map. We know for sure that there are 14 border signs at the Russian-Finnish border today, with the classical symbol of a crown and a cross. The local land historians are still short of the materials to use. We need them both from the Russian, Finnish, and Swedish archives. The Nystad treaty border passed by 3 parishes here, and there are rocks there up to 100 meters high. There is dense forests, lots of dry wood all around. I mean, just there are numerous challenges to the research, and access to such signs is quite often difficult, particularly if they lie by rocks or in an area full of trees and earth. And another thing to take into account is that the demarcation line has had a certain faults to it, certain errors to it. Just to give an example, they tried to make the line absolutely straight, as you know. But it was possibly quite beautiful on paper, but in real life it wasn't so practical. At that time, the instruments that for the first time were used in Russia for this purpose had a high error value. Besides that, they didn't take into account that the rocks and stones here in Karelia actually have an magnetic effect on the instruments. From my personal experience, I know that in certain cases the deviation may achieve 7 degrees. And also, I should mention somebody who was possibly the very first specialist who started professionally looking for border signs, and it is Andrei Reznikov. He is a candidate of geographical sciences, senior lecturer of geophysical geography, and for most part, border stones have been identified by him. This is what it looks like from the Finnish side. The very first stones here look quite simplified. This simplified form was never described in the 1723 treaty. This stone has a line carved on it. This one has what we call a leg, but Reznik had no doubt when he called them borders stones of the past. This is another stone. All of them are near Kondratyevo and Velikovo from the Seti Yarvi Oblast that existed there at the time. This is the so-called Moshnoye place near the lake of Rakola. In the previous diagram, Rakola is the name of an ancient Finnish settlement. It was Mikhail Kostelomov who, with the assistance from Finnish local land historians, found this unusual stone. Well, I'm very sorry, but I haven't got enough experience of speaking to such big audiences. This stone shows all the necessary symbols of the Nystad treaty. It is the Swedish crown, F for Frederick the Great, the Russian for border in Russian letters, and the year 1722. After Rakola, the border moved to the Finnish territory. In the next portion of the area, we haven't identified a single border stone up to date. After Finland, I would possibly get back to my notes. not to make a mistake. 9 kilometers away from the border, just this year, during the current year, by the Pravdino road in Sapele, today called Pravdino, a historian from St. Petersburg found a border stone. Here it is. Here's a big stone that was found 35 meters away from the road, and on its top you can see a kind of bald area with typical symbols of the past, but for the Russian version of the word border.
In 7 kilometers from this stone, at Venimaki Mount, the Russian Mount, beyond the Strait of Strzevaya River, Andrei Ilyich Reznikov, at about 20 years ago, found two border signs on this rock escarpment. On the northwest escarpment, there are some symbols, and in 800 meters from this sign, on the opposite side of the mount, from the side of Voksa, at a height of about 45 meters above sea level, from the northeast, a similar sign is seen. Probably the same carvers made them, but the design of the symbols is different. Further, the borderline at an angle of about 75 degrees northeastwards passed through Voksa riverbed. Voksa during the floods is quite broad, though 300 years ago the water level was high. In 40 meters from the watercut of Voksa River, in 1 kilometer from the previous stone, in place of the former settlement Akhtiala, given in the protocol of Nystad Treaty. On 28th of August this year, I found an unusual stone. It's unusual because on the upper side of the stone there is a Swedish crown. Unfortunately, the photo is not quite good. I didn't mount a presentation well enough. There was a full crown with letter F, a cross, and below on the side face, commonly the marking was on one face, the upper one or the lateral, and here under the growths of ferns, we can see the lacking inscriptions, boundary, border, and the date, and the second cross, which is quite unusual. The upper cross is oriented towards from north to south and west to east. That doesn't comply with the border, but the lower one is at 75 degrees to the northeast. Probably there was a certain mistake, but the upper cross is quite characteristic and stylish for marking of Nystad Treaty, and it was carved by the author of the crown and at letter F. Though probably the carvers were Swedish carvers, they carved their symbols and the Russian carved their symbols. Then there is a large gap, about 9.5 kilometers, where no signs were revealed, though we were looking for them quite carefully and many times. And the next signs are on the northwestern coast of Lake Berezynskaya. Two signs, one of them is in about half a kilometer from the coast. It was found by Reznikov in a mixed coniferous forest on the mount. There was a road, Finnish road to the river. The bridge is destroyed probably for the sake of safety because there is a quarry. And the sign near the water edge was found quite recently, about 3 years ago, by the local historian and connoisseur of the history of Vyborg, Vladimir Nikolaevich Gransky, together with Yuri Samsonov, who was his assistant. And that sign in the protocol is described as a sign close to the settlements of Vidny Viroline. It is on this settlement, a small island among the fields, a small island of forest among the fields. So that sign that was found by Reznikov in the forest, and that stone, 1.5 by 1.5 meters across, and it is in this settlement. Further, the border of Nystad Treaty is connected with the old border of 1595 Tazin border. In this place, in the protocol, there is a description of an unusual sign as a mound or pyramid of stone. Above it, there is a sign with stone. However, in all probability, Reznikov was looking for it, and we were also looking for it. We have found only this unusual sign with number 3. To the north and to the south, 2 stones were found of Tavzil border, and between them the distance is so little that along the trajectory this should be a stone at the junction stone that is important, but there were no signs of Tavzin or Nystad border. 2 minutes are left, then I will try to be brief. Further, there is a border of Tavzin and Nystad Treaty. That stone was found by Reznikov. It is an unusual boulder, about 4 meters high. That is only one boulder from the side and from above. That is purely Tavzin treaty. It has an unusual number, 44. Probably it was marked in 1744. Probably it is an administrative border. We don't know now. Between some administrative or territorial borders, there was a border of Kekskol and Vyborg districts. So yes. Then this stone is in Lake Lishova, 5 kilometers northwards towards Krele in Priazersky district at Lake Lishov, at a height of 15 meters. There is an unusual stone. This is the boundary of the districts and the border of Tavzin and Nystad Treaty. All the characteristic signs are present. It was carved on a rock. The Swedish crown, Friedrich Grant, and this symbol, this sign is probably a Tavzin border. The line and the adjoining line, they are quite characteristic. This is a plate found by Evgeny Balashov in 2008. Unfortunately, I have no time left. Will please make some conclusions. I will just browse the presentation. This is the stone of Nystad Treaty. It is in Vyborg district, and the border is not smooth or straight there. Thank you very much, Viktor Nikolaevich, for your presentation. It's very pleasant to listen to your presentation. That is an extensive theme, and I could give a lot of information. Please don't leave. There might be some questions, and I might have some comments. I have an idea and probably will implement it with our colleagues. You have photos of the stones, and next year we are going to celebrate 300 years of demarcation, and we'll organize a photo exhibition at our museum, and probably will invite you with your colleagues to give some lectures, and we'll give you more time. Are there any questions? Try to be brief. The question is quite simple. Can you take us to these places and show the stones? I mean, local historians in Viborg, people who are studying local history will commonly don't earn money. We are ready to accompany and to guide all of you. Probably will organize the excursion. If you organize the excursion, please call the museum workers. There are photos taken by professionals. I couldn't just break the copyright to present these photos. Before I announce the next speaker, we studied the experience of guarding the stones. We borrowed that experience from our Finnish colleagues. In Finland, the study of the stones that are protected by the state close to Valima, not far from the checkpoint. Finnish experts were also enthusiastic, and after that, the workers from the museum department put such stones under the guard. These stones are well known in Noima, but so far many of them are not put under the state guard, so that is a joint Russian and Finnish problem. And I think that in the conference resolution, which we'll send to our founder, the Committee on Protection of Cultural Heritage, and probably next year we'll start some actions of putting these monuments under the state protection, and in future some of them will have some tourist potential. And continuing our agenda, I would like to give the floor to Alexander Staritsov, main bibliographer of the Institute of Scientific Information, the Russian Academy of Sciences, who will speak about the mission of Major General Matyushkin in September 1718. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to acquaint you with a map, probably the first map of the northern part of Karelia that was compiled in 1718, and in all probability map compilation was associated with solving the territorial problems between Russia and Sweden that was discussed at the Alent Congress that has been also mentioned today many times. For instance, the discussion of the issue on territorial concessions of Sweden to Russia and compensation in territorial equivalent was the main cornerstone when agreeing on the terms of the peace treaty. At the end of August of 1718, the draft peace treaty presented by the Swedish party and sent to the Russian representative Ostevan to Peter the Great was approved by the Tsar, but it had to be finalized. The discussion was difficult due to the changing political situation. A point under which Sweden gave way to Russia, Viborg and part of Karelia, wherefrom the new borderline had to be drawn. In item 10 of the draft agreement, they mentioned the future boundaries. Quote, it will start along the maritime swell beyond Viborg, and then I made some text, and further Lake Ladoga between islands to the old borders and order through the Alun district till the end between the White Sea and the old border. These lands should be divided into two halves. One part to the White Sea will be under the Tsar, and the other side it is considered to the King of Sweden. Even begin the lake that is named Kola to the borders where the lands of Russia, Swedish and Denmark coincide. The necessity of operating more precise data of this long-term cooperation made Peter the Great send to the Lonitz area Matyushkin with a special mission to describe and compile the map of the territories adjoining the old Russian-Swedish border before the war. The result was the first map of northern Karelia. Please show the drawings from 1 to 4. There was a description of the territory, and larger territory was discussed in the territory shown in the map. Matyushkin gave a description of lands along which he started from St. Petersburg, from Alexander Sversky Monastery. The map was compiled on the basis of instructions received from the Tsar, or oral instructions at the beginning of September 1718. In addition to oral instruction, Major General received 2 written documents. On the 8th of September, he received the signed order of the Tsar to present to the officials locally, and on the 19th of September he received a detailed written memoria according to which he had to act in Karelia, and he had to start to Olonets and pass along the old Swedish border, starting from Kalakondashi, next to which the border stone was located. He had to ask local residents what factories and settlements are at the border. He had to establish the names of pogosts and villages within them, whether they are populated and what are the rivers and lakes. Matyushkin had to move northwards along the border through the Olonets area and then through Arkhangelsk province to Kola district or Lake Kola. Special emphasis had to be placed at the distance between populated areas and rivers and lakes from the Swedish border and the White Sea. All the information that he would collect had to be described and shown in the map, and to come back to St. Petersburg as quickly as possible. And the Tsar would show the route on land map. So there was a map of these lands. And the location of that map is not known now. Probably its content didn't comply with the requirements, and as an assistant, the land metering specialist was sent to Karelia. Probably these were students of the St. Petersburg Naval Academy, where specialists in geodetic survey were trained. Matyushkin entered into the field log the description and names of the towns and villages, the number of inhabitants. Overall, he covered 767 words in one side. Especially, he described the border stones. He took account of the value and the amount of lakes and the rivers and the mills. Moving northwards, he marked the distance between the border and Lake Onega, then between the border and White Sea, the attention to be placed on the borderline and border signs, and requirement of description of the lands between the border and the sea probably was due to the conditions of item 10 of a peace treaty prepared by the Swedish party. It was planned to divide the lands between Russia and Sweden with a line in the center. As a result of his work, the Tsar had to have a notion about the lands which, according to item 10, had to be divided in half between the border and sea to Lake Kola. Whether it was done, we can judge from the maps of Kazgol and the Lonitz district that were compiled by Klishnin, Jipman, In 1725-28, a comparison of Matushkin's maze with Klishnon map, you can see that the Russian-Swedish border before the war was in northern Karelia was not changed. It was should be noted that Ezekman knew the Russian and Swedish border, and they participated in the work on drawing the borderline with Sweden in 1722-23, and they had to receive money for that work, but probably they have never received it. In the map of Olonets district of 1728, published by Kirillov in 1734 in the Atlas of the Russian Empire, there is an indication. Please show slide 6. The inscription in the map is along the borderline from the side of the Swedish territory. Will you please zoom in? Unfortunately, I cannot see it well. If you look at the map, you will can easily read the inscription. It is said that part of the border in northern Karelia, it was confirmed in 1722, so it was left unchanged. The handmade map of Olonets district by Matyushkin in 1718 was unknown to specialists in geodesy who described that district in 2728. Prepared maps were used as samples. Probably the level of that map is worse than the maps in Kirillov's Atlas, so it couldn't be used as a model. It can be presumed that the mission of Matyushkin had a secret character.
So the map was never handed over to the people who did not know about it. We can see that there were some similarities between the projects when objects were identified not only using instruments but also visually. There were similarities in the measurements of distances, in the marking of geographical objects in the maps, and so on. Big disadvantage of Matyushkin's map was the absence of roads from them. It is also important that he only introduced the descriptions of big roads there in 1723. A map of the Olonets parish shows the structure of transportation in Karelia in 1728. It shows it is comparable to the road network of 1728 when Russian names were specified side by side with the Finnish names. And then worker Klishnin wrote that there were two ex-border stones there north of the lake of Tuma. You can find the name of a nearby river, Kazminya, it is marked. In 1728, Klishnin only identified one border stone, but then in Matyushkin's map, 4 more stones were shown that had been installed much more to the south, near the lake Torikovo. Here are 4 stones. It proves impossible for me to increase the size. And I am not aware of any other images of these stones. It is possibly the only image of border stones in the northern part of Karelia. I believe that this focus on the Russian-Swedish border in northern Karelia is due to the task that was set forth by Matushkin. The idea was to clearly identify the former border. The external appearance of Matushkin's map, unlike more other maps that followed, were not that well detailed. Obviously, the map was made just for the purposes, for current purposes of work. Given the importance of the Ireland Congress and the continued negotiations as suggested by Sweden, we can state that the decision of the Russian Tsar to send General Matushkin there was closely related to the process of negotiation there. Based on the maps available, based on comparing the maps with later data, we can state that the key objective of Major General was to show the availability of resources in northern Karelia. The importance of this information was based on clause number 10 of the treaty. Later on, the Russians stopped using the borders shown in General's map, and this area remained part of the Russian Empire. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. And so we have now resumed the discussion of the borders, but now in Karelia. And now as logical, well, are there any questions? Then, if there are none, let us go on. And I'd like to give the floor now for a presentation to a colleague of mine, academic secretary of our museum, with a presentation on historic monuments of the Great Northern War near Sortavala. Igor Borisov is the speaker. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to attend this very important assembly, the scientific conference, even more so that it is being held in this impressive castle. Now I hope they have already loaded my first slide. So, I am no specialist, to tell you the truth, but I was so eager to come here to Viborg that I practically invented the subject matter of my presentation. As far as historic monuments near Sortaval, in fact, they are non-existent in our area, even though it was important for us to locate them. Actually, in Sortaval, which is just by Lake Ladoga in the Republic of Karelia, there are quite a few landscape-style assets that date back to the times of the Northern War, but nobody cares about them, but for possibly our museum. Our museum, well, the city of Sortavala was founded by the Swedish. They started building their city in 1613. She actually gave economic freedom to the population of Karelia, to those who remained living there, because we were short of people. And over there I marked with a circle that right by the lake of Jepijärvi, the Stansholm peninsula was located. Russians used to call it kanzuns. And fortifications were found there, including the Sortavala fortress. Well, it was pretty small, with about 20 guns or so, 20 artillery pieces. And then after that, when it comes to the Northern War, we certainly had a kind of battle near Sortavala on the 25th of January of 1705. A battle took place there between the Russian and the Swedish warriors, and in that battle in Kohtla-Järve, the Swedish garrison led by General Lede was destroyed, and the Swedes lost 2 regiments of their warriors. So another detachment of Swedish troops did not dare to join their comrades in arms in the war against Russia, and so there were quite a few specialists who went over to Voronezh. And after that, Apraksin wrote a letter to Peter the Great just to tell him about his victory at Sortavala. It took place on the 18th of February of 1705, and it was reported by the Vedomosti newspaper published then in Moscow. And in 1706, the city did not already exist. However, the residents needed to find a living there, but they have discovered that it would be impossible to live there because it had been totally destroyed. And this is the island of Skanti Sari or Kantun Sari. It was built between 1705 and 1707, and then the Karelian side of the city was abandoned, and after that in 1722 the demarcation of the borders was done. Then it was resumed only in 1723, and the fortifications from that area later on were filled up with earth from sawmills. They were mentioned in 1708. At that time, General Alexeyev took his troops to Sortavala, and he installed 19 artillery pieces there, and then ships came to have bread and provisions loaded onto them, but that's another time. After the great Principality of Finland was established, the fortifications were abandoned, and this area entered the zone of sawmills, and thus the island with time turned into a peninsula. And after that, after the Bolshevik Revolution, a factory was opened there, and then the Karelian another Karelian factory was built there. And after that, despite our objections against the construction of hotels or other things there, nevertheless, these strange structures were built there, even though they do remind of ancient buildings and made of granite. However, they have nothing to do with our past, and they have no signs to show that they are part of the past. Well, this is just a very bad fact to mention. Here you can see something that is left of the island there, but it's practically, if anybody finds his or her way there, he might lose his way and never come back. And as I have shown you in several other photos during the festival of Welcome to Victories in honor of Peter the Great, it was there. Today, some of the guys show this place on Kilimariniele Cape. Well, I will tell you a legend. Before the Northern War was over, Peter the Great went to visit the places conquered by the Russians, accompanied by Menshikov. They never found any town there. They could only find some chimneys there. And then, in memory of their visit, they built 2 trees. They planted 2 trees there, and then it was. But nowadays it has been turned into a kind of youth center. Using the name of Serdobil. I think that this historic place does deserve a different destiny. What I told you about is a legend that was told in Finland in the 19th century. But today we say that when Peter and Menshikov came here, they never found any city there. And Peter then said, well, I have a heartache, and then possibly after this happened, the city was given the name of heart pain, Serdobil in Russian, or Sortavala in Finnish, but all of them are definitely just stories, just legends. And there is a big stone there in memory of those who have visited the Lake Ladoga. It was made by Martti Jatinen and Toivo Jatinen. This is a huge monolithic stone. It's not a monument to Peter the Great. It's a monument to all those who have visited Ladoga, certainly including Peter the Great. And after the Nystad treaty, they really made a border line there. Here I show a rock, Kumari. It is not allowed to get access there. And sooner or later, this way or another, while the Sortavala borderline was traced, as you can see, it had a deviation towards Sweden from Kuri, Mokajärvi, and towards Roskiala. So that area was just, they went around the area, because the Swedes were the very first people who started extracting marble there back in the 16th century. And when the borderline was laid down there, the people were quite smart and they preserved it, even though possibly it is just our inventions of today. But I do think that this really took place, and this stone is the only stone known today which dates back to 1722. Unfortunately, we don't have any other stone. As you may know, the head of our administrative district, Mr. Gurich's has been too busy to visit it. We have asked the bodyguards to give us a permission, but they rejected it. And in 2001, Dmitry Pashalov found it when he went out looking for wild berries. And this is how it happens. Everything is done by enthusiasts, by amateurs. However, it is quite a sad situation, so that gentleman found the stone after he discovered some markings on the stone where he was sitting. There is another version of the discovery by a border guard, by a frontier guard, and here you can see the very first expedition that took place in 2002, when the workers of the museum passed the information over to the Ministry of Culture, and then in 2003 a second expedition took place. So this stone is in fact a kind of rock which is around 8 to 10 meters high, with a kind of glacier on it, around 8 or 120 centimeter wide signs had been carved on it. On the left, to the left of the cross is a crown, also the word, the letters which stand for the short from
Under
border.
the crown that is a letter, and no one can say what it means, with short parallel lines. In the lower part of the cross, figure 83, afterwards it disappeared, but it was present, everyone has seen it, and now it doesn't exist. So that is a border sign, really. You can clearly see the border and the inscription to the right. It is quite similar to the images that have been also presented today. Of course, there is a certain differentiation and specific features that has to be studied by all means. And in 2014, at the Museum of North Ladaga region, in the museum there was a replica of that stone. Now there is an exhibition, stone keys in Sartavala, and that is an electronic copy of these images of that border sign. Everyone can get acquainted because you cannot reach the border, particularly nowadays. In 2018, in the year of centennial of setting up the border guard of Russia, the border guards of Sartaval installed such a memorial sign as a border stone. 3 times this stone was at the border, then in the museum, and now in the square, in the garden of border guards. Now the remains of Skansholm stone, Lepijärvi Bay, where the battle took place with Swedes, Cape, where Zordavala town was located, the replica of that border stone and the art object are elements of the glorious history of Russia related with the activities of Peter the Great during the years of the Northern War. The history is continuing nowadays. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Do you have any questions? I will have a question. In the slide, you showed Raskala, a wonderful marble canyon, which we visited not long ago. The Mount Park and the Russian Geographic Society wants to expand the route around that mountain park. And our common acquaintances, did they have an idea of organizing the route to reveal the border stones as one of the possible attraction points of the future route which they develop now? According to the archive data which we have, we know about 4 places where stones were put, just to save time, I'm not discussing it. So that idea was really generated, and I give the information to them, and we'll organize the expedition. We'll come back to Roskilde and check it. Thank you. And our section is approaching the end. We're going to have a short break, and we meet at 5 o'clock to start the next session. Thank you very much. the third session, which is the shortest one. And there are 3 papers to be presented. This section is dedicated to the fates of military prisons coming back home, the Russian prisoners in Sweden and the Swedish prisoners in Russia. And I would like to give the floor to Håkan Henriksson, Senior Archivist at Arkivcentrum Örebro here in Sweden. He will speak about Article 4 and the end of the long captivity, release of the Russian prisoners in 1721. All the papers in this section will be presented online. I can see that Mr. Henriksson has already connected us, and I'm ready to give the floor to him.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. And I also want to thank you very much for inviting me to this very interesting conference. But due to the circumstances, unfortunately, I can't be with you in Viborg Castle. But hopefully I can go there some other time in the future instead. My lecture here today will be about the Russian prisoners of war that remained in Sweden at the end of the Great Northern War. There were not so many, but there were a few of them, and some of them had been in Sweden during the whole time of the 21 years of the war. And I thought it would be best to start with talking about the negotiations at the Congress in Nystad. So I will start my presentation. There. I hope you can see the presentation. And just a brief summary how this issue about the prisoners of war was discussed at the Congress in Nystad. Of course, it was not the biggest question at the Congress, but interestingly, it was in fact the first question that came up on the first day of the Congress, the first official day, which was on May 11th. And that was Tsarina Yekaterina, who had requested that some farmers that, according to her, were prisoners of war in Stockholm. However, she hadn't given their names or any other information about them, so it was not possible to release them in front of before the Congress started. So they were requested to send more information, but probably nothing happened there. Some weeks later in June, the Swedish negotiators accused the Russians to treat the Swedish prisoners of war in St. Petersburg very badly. Of course, the Russian side denied directly, and there were no real information about what had happened in St. Petersburg. But at the same time, the Swedish negotiator Liljenstedt hoped that the question about the prisoners of war would be resolved without difficulties. The Russian side agreed, but Count Osterman brought up the issue with 500 Russians who, according to him, had been sold as slaves in Bender, and he accused the Swedes that they had been behind this. The Swedes had no knowledge of this, and they didn't believe in it at all. In late July, suddenly some Swedish prisoners of war arrived at Nystad without any previous information, and among them was also the dead corpse of Count Adam Ludwig Levenhaupt. Most of the prisoners that was released here was old and injured officers. In late August, only some days before the treaty was signed, they started to discuss the question who would pay for bringing the prisoners of war to the borders. There were objections from the Russian side because it was obvious it would cost much more for the Russians to bring the prisoners to the border than for the Swedes. But finally, they agreed that each side should pay the cost. So on August the 30th, the treaty was finished, and the question about the prisoners of war ended up as Article 14. And it states that all prisoners of war on both sides should be set free, regardless of any nation they belong to or rank, or without any ransom. But before they could be released, they should also pay their debts, or at least leave a promissory note before they could leave. And for the Swedish prisoners of war in Russia, if they had converted to the Greek faith or the Orthodox religion, they should remain in Russia. This was the main point of the treaty. The treaty, by the way, wasn't signed on August the 30th. The meeting ended at 3 o'clock in the morning on August 31st. So at that time, the treaty was signed by the negotiators, but then the treaty should be sent to Stockholm and to St. Petersburg. And luckily, the winds was blowing towards Stockholm, so the package with all the documents from Nystad arrived only a few days later in Stockholm. And when the Royal Senate in Stockholm convened on Monday, September the 4th, they opened the package from Nystad and discussed briefly the treaty. Not much was said about it, really. But it took almost 2 weeks after the treaty had arrived to Stockholm before they started to discuss the prisoners of war and what they should do with them. It was the state secretary who suggested that the prisoners of war should be brought towards Stockholm to be ready to be sent away when the ratification of the treaty was signed and had arrived to Stockholm. Because before the ratification, the treaty was not valid, really. But it would be a good idea to be prepared. So the Royal Senate decided that the War College should get orders to execute this task, to gather all the Russian prisoners. And so they did. A few days later, they sent out orders to the different counties of Sweden that were keeping prisoners of war at the time. They also decided that the prisoners of war should be brought towards Stockholm via 2 different routes, one from the western side of Sweden and one from the southern counties of Sweden. They also sent orders to the state office to send out travel passes for all the prisoners of war, and also give orders on how they should be transported towards Stockholm. However, when the state office sent out the orders, they forgot to mention exactly how the prisoners of war would be treated on the way. That created problems later on. The counties and the county governors reacted quite swiftly after getting the orders from Stockholm and the War College. The county governor in Göteborg decided already in late September to gather all the prisoners that he had in his county, and already on October 2nd, the 46 prisoners of war could leave Göteborg. But he decided by himself now that those prisoners should be given the same amount of daily allowance as a Swedish soldier. Otherwise, they would only get 3 öre silver coins per day, which was the amount a prisoner would be given. Now they got almost twice as much, but that was the decision by this county governor. So when the prisoners arrived from Göteborg to Mariestad, in the next county, the county governor there was hesitant to give this amount of money to the Russian prisoners, but he had no choice really. So he gave them almost twice as much as they had gotten before. However, he had another problem. The plan was that the prisoners of war from Halland County also should join the prisoners from Göteborg in Mariestad, but he had no news about them, when and how they would arrive. They were waiting for 10 days, but no news, and finally he decided that they should continue on to Stockholm. Partly because many of the Russian prisoners who already were there were hesitant, were of course wanted to go closer to Stockholm as soon as possible, to be able to get as soon as possible to Russia. So they left Mariestad and went on to the next county in Örebro, and the county governor there had already gathered all the prisoners of war in his county. And they, after just 3 days, they could continue on. And among them, the prisoners that were in Örebro were many officers. And among them was the Major Grigory Fustov, who was the highest ranked Russian prisoner of war at the time. He was the one who had kept contact with St. Petersburg during the last years of the war. The prisoners of war marched on towards Stockholm and passed by Västerås, where more prisoners joined. And on November 10th, they arrived just outside Stockholm. And now they were 461 prisoners. They didn't go inside Stockholm, but they carried on directly to the port of Vaxholm, which was the destination where they should be brought out and embarked on ships towards Russia. At the same time, prisoners of war had been brought up towards Stockholm from the south, and they were 584 of them. They arrived about the same time to Stockholm as the one from the western side of Sweden. At the same time, the question about prisoners of war were discussed at the Royal Senate in Stockholm. One petition had arrived from one of the Russian prisoners of war, Simon Agafanov, he was called. He had been a prisoner of war from the very beginning of the war. He had been a servant to one of the merchants, Russian merchants, that had been in Stockholm at the beginning of the war. He now wanted to be released as soon as possible. So he wanted to go with transports to Finland. And the Senate agreed on this. It was only one of the members of the Senate who didn't agree, because he said that the Tsar would not even set a small boy free. He thought that this Russian prisoner could wait until the other prisoners arrived to Stockholm. At the same time, in late October, fears had arrived that maybe it wouldn't be possible to transport all the prisoners across the Baltic Sea this late in the autumn, because the winter was coming, and maybe it wouldn't be possible to transport them. So maybe they would have to stay in Sweden over the winter. So first they sent out counter orders to the prisoners that were on the way, that they should stay outside Stockholm. But only 2 days later, they sent new orders that they should carry on, and even faster, so they should reach Stockholm in time. And now they also had decided that the destination for the prisoners would be Reval in Estonia. On October 23rd, they also discussed the question about the very last prisoners of war that had been captured. They had been captured in Tavastehus in Finland on September 6th, which was after the treaty had been signed, but before it was ratified. So they were correct prisoners of war. They had arrived to Västerbotten in the north of Sweden, but now they decided that they should be released directly and sent over to Finland. On October 30th, the Royal Commission, who was responsible for the transports to Finland, had estimated that there were about 1,300 to 1,400 Russian prisoners of war left in Sweden. And this commission was also the one that was now responsible for negotiating with ship owners to get transport ships to transport all those prisoners of war over to the Russian side. That was a problem because all the military ships were used for transporting to Finland. It was also decided that the prisoners would get 1 month of sea provision on the way over to Reval. And the Royal Senate also added that it was necessary to bring fish and salt on the ships because now we were getting closer to the fasting period for the Orthodox believers. So it was important to bring such kind of food also on the ships. How many prisoners were there really in Sweden at this time? During the whole period of the Great Northern War, about 15,000 prisoners of war were brought to Sweden and Sweden proper. About 4,000 of those were Russians. So it was not the biggest part. It was Saxons and Danes who were the biggest part. But 4,000 were quite a lot of people. Of course, not all of them stayed in Sweden at the same time, and some of them died in Sweden, some of them were exchanged during the time. So at the end, in 1721, there were about 1,200 left in Sweden. And when those prisoners of war starting to get closer to Stockholm, the question arose that many of them wanted to exchange their so-called emergency coins that were made of copper. They wanted to get them exchanged into silver, to proper coins. And the Royal Senate discussed this issue, and they thought that they would be given the same amount of money as the Swedes would be given. Namely about half the real value. But in the end, in the last days before they were shipped away, the king decided that they should almost get the full value. But that was a decision made by the king, not by the Senate. The Royal Senate also decided to pay some debts of some of the Russian prisoners. This was, in fact, against the peace treaty that said that it should be paid by the prisoners themselves. But in the Senate, they discussed this and they thought this would be a good idea because, like Count Erik Sparre said, in this way, the Tsar could be thereby encouraged to show generosity to our prisoners in Russia. And for sure, there were many more debts by the Swedish prisoners in Russia. So they would surely benefit from this. The Royal Commission had got contracts with 5 ships that would transport all those prisoners over to Reval from the port of Vaxholm. And it costed quite a lot of money because the ship owners wanted extra money because they thought that the ships had to stay in Reval during the winter. And because the winter was coming, the Royal Commission also thought that the prisoners would need new clothes to stand the winter conditions. So it was decided that they would be given clothes from the military storehouse in Stockholm. However, the old clothes that were there were not enough, so they had to buy new clothes, which meant that they didn't get the same kind of clothes. There were a wide variety of different clothes, old Swedish military uniforms and new uniforms. The responsible for the transport was a Captain Lorenz Rothoff, who was a veteran, although he was only 36 years old. He had taken part of the Battle of Poltava, and he became a Russian prisoner of war at the surrender of Perevolochna. And he endured 10 years of captivity in Russia. However, he managed to escape from Kazan in 1719 and came back to Stockholm. So he was the one who was responsible for the transport, and he had orders to deliver the prisoners of war to the Russian commandant in Reval. In case he had headwinds or the sea was frozen, he could also alternatively go to Riga or Pernau. With him, he only had 5 non-commissioned officers and 5 soldiers. That was all the guard that was on the ships. If the ships couldn't return to Stockholm before the winter came, then this captain and the soldiers could return to Sweden via Finland. Only when all those prisoners had already embarked on the ships on November 21st, then the question arose at the Senate that some of the Russian prisoners of war had brought with them on the ships Swedish wives and children, those that had married or were engaged with Swedish women. This was a question that was brought on the table from the Swedish church. It was the Stockholm consistory that was fearing about the souls of the Lutheran wives. This was not a political question, but a serious religious question. And so it was discussed quite for a long time in the Senate. And but the king Frederick, he thought the question was already too late to discuss because he thought the transport had already left. However, he sent adjutant general to Vaxholm to stop the ships and take off the women that were not married, or those that were only engaged. But the rest of the Senate thought that they should stop also the married women. This was discussed and back and forth. Liljenstedt, who had been at the conference in Nystad, he thought that all the Swedish women should be taken off the ships because the Swedes that had converted to Orthodox religion in Russia, they were not allowed to leave. So this would be about the same case, he thought. However, Count Rensköld thought that if they would release those Russians with their wives, then maybe the Swedish prisoners of war could leave Russia also. This was discussed back and forth, and in the meantime, the question was probably solved by itself because the ships left before the question was finished in Stockholm. It's not mentioned anywhere, but most probably those women were on the ships and left Stockholm. However, we don't have any preserved lists of all the prisoners that left Vaxholm, but they probably left on November 24th. And I think the figure of the number of Russian prisoners of war that left was about 1,142. Not all prisoners had managed to reach Vaxholm on time. Most part of them were those that didn't leave Halland County on time. There were 37 of them. They were rerouted when they arrived closer to Stockholm. They were rerouted to Uppsala, and they stayed in Uppsala during the winter. And a few more Russian prisoners of war arrived during the winter. So in the spring, on April 25th, a second transport was organized from Vaxholm. At that time, 60 more Russian prisoners of war were sent away, this time to Åbo in Finland. They were sent on 2 galleys who were anyway going to Åbo to get the first delivery of Russian money. That was according to the peace treaty also. They were being transported from Viborg, and now with the galleys they were transporting these 60 Russian prisoners of war. They were also given new clothes. However, there were still about 20 Russian prisoners of war left in Sweden. Most of them were those that had married and who had decided to stay in Sweden. But some of them were also such prisoners of war that had been so far away from Stockholm they didn't get the news in time. And those prisoners of war arrived later to Stockholm and were allowed to leave Sweden in some months later. But most of them who wanted to leave Sweden had left in April in 1722, and most of them had already left within 3 months after the treaty had been signed. So to summarize, this was done in a very swift way. And the reason for this from the Swedish side was that every extra day they would stay in Sweden, it would cost money because they were paying all the prisoners a daily allowance that would cost money, and the Swedish state had no budget for that anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henriksson. A very interesting presentation. I think that all of us were greatly impressed by it. If there are any questions, there is a possibility of asking them. Everyone seems to be tired. Thank you very much once again. And now we move to the next presentation. I'm ready to give the floor to Sergei Alexandrovich Ivanuk, candidate of Historical Sciences, Deputy Director on Scientific Museum and Educational Activities of the Memorial Museum Reserve Stalingrad Battle. And the theme of his present Swedish military prisoners on saltpeter factories in Astrakhan area in 1704. Please, Sergei Alexandrovich. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm happy to see you at this important event that is held in Weber. Unfortunately, I cannot be among you, but I'm very happy that I can make my presentation, and the conference organizers made it possible to participate in an online format in the conference. Northern War was quite important during the reign of Peter the Great. The year that was 1721 was quite good for Russia, and there were small wars in different areas. Their results were quite different for the opposing parties, and as a consequence, each year of the war, the number of prisoners grew from both sides. It is difficult to say when the first Swedish military persons became prisoners. The researcher Galina Shebalin said that at the initial stage of the Northern War in 1701-04, during the first victories of Peter the Great army in the Baltic, to Moscow, 2,500 of Swedish prisoners were sent. Previously, they were far away from the battlefield, but then they were moved to the interior regions of Russia. One of such groups of prisoners was in the south of the Russian state. There are a lot of documents which are currently kept at the State Archive of Astrakhan region. From the documents, it follows that at the end of April 1704, from Moscow to Kazan by water under the supervision of Grigory Zykov, a large group of 459 military prisoners of Swedes were sent. Some of them were accompanied by their family members, 89 spouses and one widow. At the end of May, they were received at Kazan district. In this case, Kazan acted as an intermediate area because by the order of the Tsar, each group had to continue its way for the southwards. That was decided by the Tsar's government, and they had to fulfill the task for the benefit of the Russian state. The first group of prisoners, including those who were married, went from Kazan to the newly built town under Panshin. The second group was sent to the south, to Astrakhan, to work in saltpeter production. As to the fate of the first group, we know only that they didn't go to pension, but were sent to Kamyshinka River, and they were kept there, and soon they were moved back to Kazan. More complete are the data concerning further events in the life of the second group of Swedes sent to saltpeter production. Water transport with prisoners left Kazan on the 3rd of June, 1704, and then on the 24th they were in Astrakhan. On the next day they were sent to the saltpeter factory, and I would like to note that during the first half of 18th century, the construction of saltpeter production was quite important for Astrakhan area. It was used in powder production of high quality in 1703 on the right bank of Volga in Shareny Bogor, in 8 kilometers from Astrakhan. A factory for 26 boilers was set up that produced 4,000 poods of saltpeter a year. It was serviced only by hired workers. So the organizers had several difficulties in finding the workers. Thus it was decided to use the labor of convicts and prisoners from Astrakhan. But these resources were scarce, and that's why it was decided to send the Swedish prisoners there. When they arrived at the factories, some of them were mentioned as saltpeter masters. Soon from Mansurov had sent some information to the governor. Another problem was the fact that he had no master to control the prisoners. Considering that report, the governor decided to find the Ilya Frandon from the regiment. The source of that information is based on information on saltpeter production. There were 13 sergeants and 3 dragons and 2 soldiers, 81 and 1 soldier. That labor was quite cheap, but people had to be persistent, and they worked under difficult conditions in Astrakhan steppes, where the summer temperature might reach 40 degrees in the shadow, and for the Swedes were not accustomed to that climate, and of course they were dying. On the 31 of August 1704, there were 20 persons, and their number reduced. 80 persons were sick at that time. Prior to the onset of cold weather, organizers of saltpeter production were concerned with one problem: what should be done with the prisoners in winter time when the production of saltpeter will be stopped. There was no capital accommodation in that town, and the Tsar asked to move them to Astrakhan, and 138 Swedes were sent to Astrakhan, accompanied by Brenka inside. And some sick persons remained at the factory. In the first days on December of 1704, the group of Swedes in Astrakhan was separated, and half of them were sent with Captain Samuel Wagner to the 30s soldiers to Krasny Yar. And there is information that special amounts were allocated. The fixed amount for all categories of war prisoners of 1704 was 4 dengars per person, and the Tsar's order mentioned it. The Swedish worker received more money than the people who were soldiers who were working in the production facility, and subsequently that had a poor role for the prisoners during the Astrakhan uprising. By the middle of 1705 in Astrakhan, there was a social conflict between the Tsar's administration and local people, working people. One of the reasons was the activity of Governor Revsky and head of the work at saltpeter factories, Mansurov. The workers had to do very time-consuming work, and they prepared firewood for the factory, and that resulted in discontent because there was a delay in payment to the people and misuse by the governors. And there was a negative attitude to those who work at the saltpeter factory. In addition, with the beginning of 1705, the prisoners were nominated to the administrative positions, and sailors for educating the soldiers in maritime activities. After the governor was killed, some of the officers formed a local government that wanted to attack the saltpeter factory without opposition from the guards of the factory. The Swedes became the main object of the attack. One of the participants of that attack recalled afterwards that when they moved away from Astrakhan, one person was killed. Many Swedes ran to the river and were drowned in the water. About 200 Swedes were killed during that uprising. It might be said that on this tragic note, that was the end of the history of Swedish prisoners on saltpeter production and the history of the factories that was closed at the end of January 1706 due to the threat of the attacks of Kalmyks. But despite the perishing of that group of prisoners, the presence of Swedes at that production in Astrakhan didn't finish. The archive contains the documents about Swedish prisoners who were working at the new self-production facilities under Krasny Yar. And in 1715, there were 142 persons. They were sent to Astrakhan region after the Poltava victory in 1709, when the number of military prisons increased in Russia. Generally, it can be said that the presence of Swedish prisoners in the territory of Astrakhan region is not only an important source on the history of saltpeter production in Peter's time, but it contains valuable information of genealogical character about the Swedes in Russia in the early 18th century that can be regarded as an additional thematic material to that stored in the archives of Sweden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sergey. It was really quite a shocking story about the death of Swedish prisoners of war. It's quite astonishing that in Astrakhan you can find such documents. Are there any questions for Mr. Sergey, dear colleagues? Well then, thank you very much indeed, Sergey. And now, if that's the case, I'd like to give the floor to Pavel Krotov, Doctor of History, Professor of the St. Petersburg State University, with a presentation on the notes by Karl Frus, warrant officer of the Karelins Army, 1714 to men, riddles of the disappeared manuscript. The title sounds a bit mysterious to us. You have the floor now, Mr. Pavel. We can't hear you, Mr. Pavel. Is your microphone on? Please check your microphone. Если хочет. Well, unfortunately, we can't hear you. Я понял. А ты меня при этом на 5 минут раньше сменила. Тебе минус. Тебе минус. Well, we'll try our best now anyway. Не ли в второй части. Well, dear colleagues, we'd like to bring our apologies for another technical problem. Ну уж в этом. Yes. May I start now? May I? Can you hear me well? Yes, we can both see you and hear you. Well, very good. Well, when it comes to the study of the Great Northern War, the huge core, the huge massive of Swedish diaries and memoirs is of major importance. The Swedes produced many more diaries and notes like that than the Russians, possibly because the Swedes were more Swedes were literate and had a literary background, so to say, and were conscious of their identity better than the Russians. That's why in our documents we can also find various mentions of Swedish diaries. For instance, in a letter to Prince Menshikov, we dated 1708, after a battle, after the Swedish tried to storm the city of Glin in Ukraine, there was a note made. Two officers killed from a gun and one major. The space and clothes were taken away by Kazakhs, and they took a book from the major's pocket. So they just took it from his pocket. Well, this monument of history has not been retained, that it clearly lots of Swedish people kept diaries like that, and they were published then in the well-known publication Caroline's annual books, and so I have studied these notes and memoirs in detail, and I was quite impressed at the fact when I found in a Russian magazine for 1869 a mention of some notes by Charles Friss. It was mentioned there that it dealt with a manuscript by Carl Friss, who had been taken prisoner in the war, and it was also published there information about the report on the handing over of a city and 3 copies of documents about the Swedish and Russia's casualties in the war at Poltava. Well, basically nothing new could be found in those documents. However, as a historian, I took a great interest in it, just having a chance to make a big discovery. So I started thinking what else could be found in those notes. I started looking for the documents contained in the manuscript. So I thought that possibly those notes kept by an officer could be interesting. So Chumakov, the one who mentioned them, wrote that by the time of publication they belonged to the Finnish Literary Society. So I traced it back to Finland, but then I discovered that currently it was kept in the National Archives of Finland in Carl Friss's foundation. So actually, this stock by Fruss had 1 unit. I received a complete copy of the document, and it became possible for me to study it in every detail. The manuscript was still mysterious. First of all, why am I saying it? The fact is that the manuscript that had been retained in an ancient leather cover by Carl Fruss on the 6th of December of 1706, 1714 in Tumen, did not have any notes to it. There was only the author's signature on the cover page. That is to say, on the cover page, and also on the last page, on the reverse side of the, plus the leather wrapping. So, in fact, Friss's manuscript was only the wrapping, and it had an inscription in Swedish. 2 men, made in 2 men in 1714. On the 6th of December, Carl Fruss, with his signature. And inside there were some notes that had been rewritten by somebody else. Those were copies of documents in which the owner of the wrapping was interested, and they dealt with the time of the Northern War up to its completion. And the documents inside were both in German and Swedish. In fact, the notes as such by Fruss were not to be found there. Obviously, they had disappeared. But what was left of the notes was just the wrapping, and I should also add that the manuscript contained a total of 44 documents on 73 sheets, and at the end was the note by the new owner, and it says P. Milskrona, owner of this book, P. Milskrona. And it might be that the name is different. It looks like somebody who was very well educated and who could write in Swedish and German fluently, was interested in the history of the Northern War. So that person put the documents that were of interest to him into this manuscript. Many of them are well known. Some of them probably are not quite interesting. For instance, those were details of the number of servicemen per each Swedish regiment or company or squad, etc. But there are also some interesting lists of data. There were quite interesting reports about the Vasa battle in Finland in 1714 on the 19th of February. And also there was something else there in terms of the stay of Swedish prisoners of war in Russia. At the end of that manuscript, there was a list of Swedish prisoners of war from 2 Swedish regiments with the time of their death specified. And there was also an inscription. Cornet Karl Frus died on the 20th of April 1722 in Moscow. If we compare it with the famous handbook by Erengauer and Techninder, who was an officer under Charles XII, in a book published in Russia in 1721, the death of Karl Frus's, the date of Karl Frus's death was different. It means that there were different sources of information. Well, in fact, Charles Frus was really a historic personality, and now when we look into various documents on the tercentenary of the Poltava battle, the name of Karl Frus is mentioned in the list of Swedish prisoners of war, and there in that document he was referred to as a serviceman of the Nerensk regiment. So it means with it is related to the famous Gamgat battle, the area where they still speak Swedish in the street. So it is always possible to make yourself understood in Swedish with the locals. And then there are some documents there, even though Frus's notes would have been quite interesting to read because they would really characterize him, but they are not available now. But however, what is interesting here is that another officer kept a diary like that. It is also possible to see the leather wrapping. It is also possible to understand that the notes were quite voluminous, and even though possibly the content was quite simple. However, somebody was not interested in it, and that's why, however, some of the copies of these documents that are now kept under this cover can be used as historical sources. And some of the documents really have a value today as historical documents. And now, well, as you can see, it has been impossible for me to make a breakthrough in history, but the very fact that I haven't managed to discover anything. However, it is important that now we know that there are no notes by Karl Fruss under the cover, but just a few words written by it, his autograph. Thank you for your kind attention. My report is over. Thank you very much indeed. I wonder where did Chumikov find the manuscript and what were the exact circumstances? Probably the notes were still there when he discovered the manuscript. I wish I could know it. However, it is evident that he didn't find any notes by Rus. What he found was translated into Swedish, and the manuscript was preserved as a whole. It was evident that nothing had been taken out of it. However, such
That
was my mission.
An enigma for me, and my search continued for many years. When I received that manuscript for the National Archive of Finland, I thought that I would make a discovery how to publish it, but my expectations never came true. So there were some copies of documents, but there are some interesting documents, and the information about the death is given. Mr. Hughes in the British regiment is also interesting. We can compare it with Levingaupt. Thank you very much, Alexander Mikhailovich. I would like to give a piece of advice to Pavel Alexandrovich. It seems to me that here you have to carry on this work and to determine who Chubikov is. As far as I understand, that is a Russian official who lived in Finland, and in addition to this publication, he has an interesting work published in at the end of 19th century about the Russian donation lands. That's why I know this name. Probably that is not a professional historian that hasn't just understood the difference between these letters and the collection of documents. Then everything will be clarified. Thank you. Pavel Alexandrovich, thank you very much. Thank you. Dear colleagues, thus now we are finishing the work of the conference as for today. The work of the third session, and tomorrow we'll continue the conference in the same conference room, and we'll start at 10 o'clock. We'll welcome you. Thank you for participation in the work of the conference.